Bigger, better.
Bigger, boogle. Bigger, better, boom.
Relax. Talk all you want with Mediacom Phone. All your calls in the U.S. and Canada are included for one low monthly fee. Plus popular calling features like voicemail and caller ID, all for one low monthly fee. Say goodbye to old-fashioned phone service. Call 1-800-CABLE-TV and get Mediacom Phone for as low as $29.95 a month.
Call 1-800-CABLE-TV.
Good call.
For the first time in 18 years, the Cubs are in first place on September 1st. But the only thing that really matters is where they stand on September 30th. The Cubs enter the final month of the season hosting the Houston Astros live from Wrigley Field. An absolutely gorgeous holiday weekend on tap. We hope you're enjoying yours so far. Hello and welcome to Dodge Cubs Pregame Live. I'm Gail Fisher, next to the big lefty, Dan Plesac. And if you're not at the ballpark, that's really too bad. But we're glad you're tuning in because this is a historic day. Dan, the Cubs in first place to start the final month of the season. They haven't done that since 1989.
Well, this is really going to be a huge month for this Cub team. And, you know, there's so many things that have happened. You know, you get off to a decent start. The wheels kind of came off in April and May. A lot of problems with the bullpen. But the bottom line is this. The Cubs really control their own destiny. A game and a half right now in first place. A schedule that's very favorable, and it's up to the Cubs. It's their division to win or lose, and that's the way you'd like to have it done. You don't need any help from any other teams. The Cubs are in control of their own destiny.
Time to get it done, only 30 days to do it. And with the turn of the calendar comes the expanded roster, the time for September call-ups. And for the Cubs, they get an extra man in Steve Traxel, acquired yesterday from Baltimore. For more on this, let's head out live to Wrigley Field and bring in Josh Mora. And Josh, has Trax reported for duty yet?
Actually, Gail, no, he hasn't yet. At least as of when the Cubs closed the clubhouse to the media at 11 o'clock, he had not yet arrived, and he has not yet come onto the field. The Cubs do expect him at some point today. How they're going to use him is still a little bit up in the air, too. What we know for now is Rich Hill will start tomorrow against the Astros, Carlos Zambrano on Monday against the Dodgers, and then Ted Lilly and Steve Traxel will start, one of them on Tuesday, one of them on Wednesday against Los Angeles. And after that, the Cubs are sort of reserving the right to change their minds about how that's all going to play out. There's a lot of factors in play. The Cubs are wanting to get matchups the right way against certain teams. They want to have right-handers, certain teams they want to have left-handers. They want to keep everybody on their regular rest as much as possible, and they have yet to talk to Steve Traxel himself. What they do know for sure is that they're very glad that Steve Traxel is part of the mix.
Traxel's been through this type of experience before, and experience at this time of the year is important. We're going to play some teams that we would prefer to throw right-handers against as opposed to lefties, and we're trying to juggle this thing so it works out best for everybody. And right now it's a little muddled. We didn't have any type of experience at all in that sixth spot. So getting Traxel is a very good move. Not only has he had experience, like I said, pitching in pennant races, but he's had a lot of success pitching at the big league level, period.
And Traxel will wear his number 52 for the Cubs again this year. Now, as for the lineup, we've got Alfonso Soriano at left, Ryan Theriot at short, Derek Lee at first, Aramis Ramirez at third, Craig Monroe is in right field and batting fifth, Mark DeRosa at second, Jason Kendall catching, Jock Jones in center, and Jason Marquis pitching against the left-hander, the rookie Troy Patton, making his second start for the Houston Astros. Now, Traxel is not the only reinforcement. The Cubs have called up 5 players from the minor leagues with the rosters expanding. All 5 have been with the big club earlier this season, and all 5 are thrilled to be a part of the learning experience of a pennant race that is consuming the entire organization top to bottom.
This team's fighting, stay in first place and to win this thing all. It comes down to the whole organization. It's an unbelievable feeling.
Anytime, you can get up here at this level and, ultimately this is where you want to be. And so the more time you're up here and you're around the guys, the more you can pick up, the more you can learn and, hopefully help yourself for your career for next year and so on.
As long as, the team's winning and, we got a good thing going here. I mean, I'm just, so grateful to be here. I do whatever.
Now, of the players, Sean Gallagher is up from Double-A. The other four all up from Triple-A. Will Ullman, Ronnie Cedeno, Eric Patterson, and Giovanni Soto. Now, Ullman's situation, of course, is very interesting. He burned some bridges when he left here. We'll hear from him during the game. He spoke to the media only a couple of minutes ago. But you can expect that these guys will have a role to fill. In fact, Lou Piniella says he plans on getting Ronnie Cedeno a start probably tomorrow so he can get Ryan Theriot a rest. A couple of different Cubs told me Theriot is battling, although he is a little bit worn out, having played as many innings in a row as he has. We will also talk to today's starting pitcher, Jason Marquis, coming up a little bit later in the show. But for now, guys, back to you.
All right, Josh, thank you very much. We're looking forward to that and looking forward to see if Will Ullman is speaking more cautiously these days. Josh, thank you very much. Enjoy the game. And talking about these September call-ups, Dan, no real surprises on those call-ups. The Cubs getting the lefty Will Ullman back, and that is really helpful, giving them more options in the bullpen. And, of course, you could use as many lefties in that pen as you can.
Oh, there's no question about it. But I really think the big move is Steve Traxel. I think he brings experience, and Lou touched on this. He's been through this before. He's experienced. There isn't a lineup or a situation that he hasn't seen, he's adjusted to, and there's no substitute for experience. These games now that these young Cub pitchers are going to be pitching in the month of September are bigger than any games they've pitched in. And I think Rich Hill passed a huge test his last start. He was terrific. Sean Marshall yesterday has kind of been all season long, kind of the bend but not break type of pitcher. But I think what you're going to get in Traxel, you get some insurance that if he has to move into that starting rotation, you're certainly not going to be losing anything, and you might be actually picking up something. He's been through this before. He has several different pitches. He knows how to get into the 6th, 7th, and 8th inning. He's done it throughout his career. I think this is a very, very good move for the Cubs.
Well, Traxel started out the season not too good. Struggled a little bit. He was 6-8 with a 4.48 ERA overall with Baltimore this season, but he's been coming on strong. In his last 6 starts, he's 1-1 with a 2.37 ERA in the month of August, so you're getting him at the right time. As for Will Ullman, just going back to that for a second in terms of coming back to the pen, obviously he had his struggles before the Cubs sent him down. Is this the type of situation, Dan, where even just mentally and physically Ullman will be back to the form he was in earlier in the season and can help the club out?
Well, you hope so, and really Scott Air has really yet to find it all season long. He showed a little bit of glimpses post All-Star break, like it might be rounding back into form, but he really hasn't been very reliable. And Will Ullman, up until about a month before he was sent down, was actually throwing the ball pretty well, getting left-handers out, and then you ran into some problems, was sent down, had some issues, with the Cub medical staff. And I don't think at this point of the season, when you get to the month of September, that you can hold any grudges. You're going to run people out there, whether they're position players or pitchers, that you feel like you can win with that day. And if Will Ullman is throwing the ball well, and if he gets an opportunity and pitches well, they're going to run him out there. It's too late in the season right now to worry about guys' feelings. It's about this last month of September. Every team would love to be in the position that the Cubs are in right now. They control their own destiny, a game and a half up on September 1st. You couldn't ask for anything more. If they play the best, they will win this division. Well,
they've got a lot of reinforcements now and some different options heading into this final month of the season. Let's take a look at today's pitching matchup brought to you by IPA. Jason Marquis on the mound for the Cubs. He's coming off of a loss to Arizona and looking for his 11th win of the year. Now, he has struggled in his last 2 home starts against the Astros, giving up 10 runs, 12 hits, and 7 walks. Troy Patton gets the start for the Astros. He's making just the 2nd start of his career. I imagine the Cubs will hopefully jump all over Patton today. But as for Marquis, Dan, the key for him, the sinker ball pitcher, is to try to keep it down, I imagine, in that Wrigley Field win as well.
Well, one of the keys that you'll notice early on, if he's throwing the ball very well, he's going to induce a lot of ground balls. He's got a good, heavy, sinking fastball. At times, and what happened in his last start, he starts elevating the ball a little bit. And the bugaboo on Jason the last couple of seasons, he's been susceptible to the long ball. He needs to keep the ball in the ballpark, keep the ball down, let his fielders work for him. And I'll tell you what, he's kind of been up and down, but he's pitched some of the biggest games that this team has really played all season long. And he's pitched very well when his back is up against the wall. So hopefully you can't be backed up any more than you are right now. This is the month of September, a game-and-a-half lead for the Cubs. Every game is going to be critical from here on out.
Yeah, key victory in order for the Cubs today. There is much more to come on Dodge Cubs pregame live after the break. We'll go one-on-one with today's starter, Jason Marquis, and find out if he puts more pressure on himself to win following a Cubs loss. Plus,
For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out. And the old ball game. Let's get some runs. Woo! Come on,
yeah, Dan Plesac is set to sing the 7th inning stretch today. Is he nervous? We'll find out.
Spell simplicity.
Simplicity. F-E-L-D-C-O.
Close enough.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Four Seasons, the largest family-owned and operated heating and air conditioning contractor, has simple goals: provide exceptional service at the best possible price and offer products that leave you nothing but satisfied. Call Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning today for a free estimate.
This is the place. Let's go. Open 24 hours. Common sense never sleeps. 2-for-1 hot dogs with all the fixings. Now, that's how you help people live the high life. Hey, how you doing, bud? There you go. This place is a mountain of goodness in a mixed-up world. Thank you very much. Now, come over here. I got something to show you. We got a surprise for you. Switch it on, boys. Certified purveyors of the high life. That's you, buddy.
Certified purveyors of the Miller High Life.
Yeah, proof the world hasn't gone completely crazy.
The first NASCAR stock car to reach 200 miles per hour. The first minivan. And now, Dodge introduces the industry's first lifetime powertrain warranty. It's the best warranty in the business, and no other car company matches it. So come check out the best lineup of Dodge vehicles ever with our exclusive lifetime warranty. Now, well-qualified buyers can get 0% financing for 72 months on Durango, Dakota, and Grand Caravan.
We'd love to show you the world's next great video game. There's only one problem. You haven't created it yet. You've played them, now you can make them with DeVry's new bachelor's degree program in game and simulation programming. It's classrooms and labs where you actually create video games. Games like you'll find when you log on to DeVryPowerUp1.com. You'll learn more about this exciting degree program and get free video game demos from Vivendi Games. It's time to take it to the next level. You can earn a 4-year degree in less than 3 with classes that start right away. And since it's DeVry, you know you'll get this and even more of this. Call 1-888-DeVry14 or go to DeVryPowerUp1.com for your free video game demos. But do it now, because when you're a gamer, you know what happens when you stand still. So call or log on for your free video game demos. It's right now, and it's here at DeVry.
Chicago Tribune Live, weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Welcome back to Dodge Cubs pregame live. Starter Jason Marquis has been a bit of an enigma this year. He's got 10 wins on the season, but you're not always sure which pitcher is going to be on the mound, the one who puts his team in position to win or the one who struggles like he did on Sunday against Arizona. Well, he took the loss in that game, but the good news is he hasn't lost back-to-back games all season. Josh Mora caught up with today's starting pitcher.
All right, thanks very much. Well, Jason Marquis is the starter today. And Jason, you've been through a few of these final months. How excited are you to get the ball when it's your turn in a pennant race?
Well, I'm always excited to get the ball, whether it's a pennant race or not. But, you know, the work you accumulated throughout the year to put yourself in first place is exciting. And, you know, I'm just glad I can help the team get to where it needs to be.
29 games left. That translates to 6 starts for you. How much do you look at the big picture of those 6 starts? How much do you focus on each individual one? And with that focus, how much is shaped by what happens in the game before?
Really nothing. I mean, I'm a guy that takes start by start, pitch by pitch, and whether the team loses the night before or wins, I don't put any added pressure myself. I just try to go out there and try to dominate, and if that doesn't happen, I'm going to do my best to keep the team in the game and give a chance to win.
You guys have pointed to September all season long. Lou especially has said, let's wait till we get to September and see what the pennant race is like. You have to like the way that the race is shaping up at the very least.
Oh, definitely. He keeps us in a good frame of mind and not try to get too ahead of ourselves. Try not to make any one game bigger than the next because they're all important. We come down the home stretch here. Hopefully we can finish out healthy and strong and play some good baseball going into the playoffs.
All right, last one, the Houston Astros today. How do you approach this lineup?
They got a good lineup, professional lineup. I know Berkman's been swinging the bat real well, and if anything, that's one guy you don't want to beat you. Obviously, they still got good bats in lineup, but obviously he's the one that can do the most damage.
Good luck today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's Jason Marquis. Let's go back to you.
All right, Josh, thank you. The Cubs need Jason Marquis to pitch well. I need Jason Marquis to pitch well for fantasy reasons. I'm battling for the playoffs here. All right, and the Cubs battling for the postseason as well. A game and a half above the Brewers, 2 over the Cardinals. They really put themselves more in a hole yesterday with that loss as the Brewers and Cardinals both won yesterday. So the Cubs need to get back on the winning track. And it is September 1st, Dan. Obviously, the Cubs were playing much better in July than they did in August. They had that losing record in August, but despite that, they still managed to take over the lead in the division. I can't imagine they can get away with a losing record in September and still make the playoffs, given how close this race is. So how different is this final month of the season for players in terms of mentality and the pressure of it?
One of the things that really you kind of scratch your head as you look at this team, the way it was constructed offensively, and you would think that this team would be right near the top in a lot of the power categories. Derek Lee's home run numbers, RBI numbers are down. Aramis Ramirez has been battling injuries, and they really haven't hit the ball or scored runs in bunches like you would have thought they would when the season started. On the plus side, the starting pitching has been the one constant that has been really good. Other thing that I think has been a huge lift to this team, Carlos Marmol has brought a calm to that bullpen, and since the middle of June, he really has enabled Bobby Howery to settle in for his role as a primary setup man, and right now Ryan Dempster is throwing the ball really well. Things are setting up. They're healthy for the most part, and there's really no excuses from this point of the season on. They have a game-and-a-half lead. They have a schedule that is very favorable. They have a good team with some good players. They have good pitching. The bullpen seems to be in order right now. It's really their division to win or lose, and it'll be really disappointing if they don't. I really believe they're the best team in this division, and I think over the next 25 games, you hope that at some point they can string together one of those 5 or 6 game winning streaks to put a little separation, maybe to get themselves 2.5, 3 games away from St. Louis or Milwaukee. But the way this division has gone all season long, it looks like it's probably going to go right down to the wire.
All right, the pressure of the final month is about to begin. 2 of the guys who watch the excitement night in and night out, Len Casper and Bob Brenly, are going to be calling this one yet again. We'll hear from the broadcast team when we come back.
Just for Men Stay in the Game highlight comes from yesterday's Cubs game. Aramis Ramirez goes 3 for 4 with the only Cubs run. Aram is 5 for his last 6. He helped the Cubs stay in the game. You too can stay in the game with Just for Men hair color.
One day you find it's not business as usual. Your hair is gray, and you wonder, will people still see me as a valuable player? Is my career going down? Stop that.
Just for Men stops gray from hiding who you are. Easy with 5-minute target gray technology.
Now doors are opening, and you wonder, why did I ever put up with gray hair?
Let the real you come through. Stay in the game with Just for Men.
Try Arby's new toasted subs. Whether it's the French dip and Swiss, the classic Italian, turkey bacon club, or the Philly beef, they're toasted to perfection, and they'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Grab the new Sun-Times and get the real Chicago story every day. Subscribe at suntimes.com. Chicago Sun-Times. Let's get into it.
Are your kids dreaming of playing in the big leagues?
Your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers are giving them a chance. Chevy's Diamond Dreams. Simply log on to ChevyDriveChicago.com, print out an entry form, and bring it to your local Chevy dealer now. Your kid could play for Ozzie or Lou at U.S. Cellular Field or Wrigley Field. Enter by September 8th for a chance to make their Diamond Dreams come true now.
That was a nice kid.
Do you want to talk to me?
Then you'd better pay attention.
Because I may be the one you're looking for.
You know, the one who's interested in buying what you have to sell.
And chances are, you'll only find me with cable because more people like me are watching the channels that mean something to them.
They don't find that with broadcast.
And you may not find me with broadcast.
Get it. With cable.
Want better value, precision, and results from your advertising? Call On Media today.
All right, these guys are going. They're flagging the grid.
Stand by, Sarah. Split screen, logo left, ready camera 1, take 1, key logo, Q talent.
This Labor Day weekend, the place to be is the Rock Island Grand Prix. It's an experience that you've got to see to believe, as high-performance go-karts race through the streets of Rock Island's downtown arts and entertainment district at speeds upwards of 100 miles an hour, 1 inch off the ground and into a hairpin turn.
Great food, great lemonade, family event, great announcing. It's a good time.
The Rock Island Grand Prix, it's the place to be this Labor Day weekend.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
The NL Central leading Cubs looking to bounce back from their 6-1 loss yesterday in Game 1 against the Astros, and hoping to extend their lead in the division today. Jason Marquis getting the start for the Northsiders. For more on the game, let's send it to Len Casper and Bob Brenly at Wrigley Field.
Well, Gail and Dan, another beautiful day here at the ballpark. And if you're the Cubs, you just want your starter to get through that first inning unscathed.
When the Cubs were playing so well for that stretch of 2 months, it seemed like they'd put 3 quick outs on the board in the top of the first and come in and immediately put a run on the board in the bottom of the first. It'd really be nice to get back to that again, and it all starts with Jason Marquis putting that first 0 up there.
Troy Patton, a left-hander, will pitch for Houston, and the Cubs have been really good against rookie starters here lately.
Well, and they're going to have their work cut out for him. This kid's a pretty good pitcher. He was a number 2 rated prospect in the Astros organization. He had great numbers at the minor league level, and he's a left-hander. We know the Cubs had problems with those guys.
Alfonso Soriano is back in the lineup and hitting leadoff. Had a day off yesterday. Maybe a mental break more than anything.
I think so. I mean, we saw early in the season Alfonso put a lot of pressure on himself to justify that big contract. Once he settled in and hit a rhythm, he was a real strong offensive player, and I think we're going to go through a little mini version of that coming back off the DL.
All right, and as far as the home run power, the Cubs have been inconsistent here lately. They hit a couple the other night against Milwaukee, but again, scored just 1 time in the ball game yesterday, a pinch hit single late by Darrell Ward. We'll have all the action coming up at the top of the hour.
All right, guys, thank you very much. And as they mentioned, a beautiful weekend on tap for baseball. It's so nice out that Dan Plesac can't just sit in the studio with me and watch the game. He has to go out to the ballpark and sing the 7th inning stretch. Are you nervous?
No, I'm horrified.
You're horrified.
I'm horrified.
You get the pipes working?
Well, actually, you know, I caught a break. I caught a break because I was thinking that I was going to have to go out and throw out the first pitch, and I think that would scare me more than singing the 7th inning stretch, because I actually haven't thrown a baseball in about 8 months, and I would just hate to go out there and trip or fall and throw one to the backstop. So I'm going to take the lesser of 2 evils. And
shocking! You threw a baseball for 18 years.
I was. When I was an altar boy in 8th grade at St. Joseph the Worker, I was in the Midnight Mass Choir, so I do have a little bit of a singing background.
So, you know, okay, well, you realize there's a lot of pressure, a lot of scrutiny on singing the 7th inning stretch. I don't want to make you even more nervous, but here's a sample of how not to sing it.
Chicago, it's great to be here at Wrigley Stadium. You guys ready to do this? 1 and a 2 and a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Take me in. I don't remember what I have to do.
Oh, and root for the Brewers.
2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
Hey, is that what you got?
Now I'm really getting nervous.
All right, Dan, a couple of questions for you. I got to know, are you going to do any pump up before? You're just going to say, let's get right to it?
You know what? I don't know. Usually when I react best is when I just go out and wing it. So I don't have anything rehearsed or anything that I plan on doing, because usually when you do that, you mess it up. So I'm just going to go out there and wing it.
And depending on how the game's going, you might do the let's get some runs or ad-lib that.
Well, maybe a little ad-lib. Hopefully the Cubs will be winning about 8-1, and you can, you break into that line. We don't need any more runs. Let's just hold them. So let's get that bullpen working today and get some big outs.
All right, we'll see if Dan Plesac can carry a tune later in the game. And still to come on Cubs pregame live, we'll get Plesac's keys to the game next.
Cubs pregame live on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Dodge dealers. Live strong, live bold, live now. Dodge, grab life.
It's finally here, the Dodge model year-end clearance, with no interest for 6 years on Dodge Durango, Dakota, and Grand Caravan with stow-and-go seating and storage. Now, for the first time ever on 2007 Durango, Dakota, and Grand Caravan, well-qualified buyers can get 0% financing for 72 months. That's no interest for 6 full years. Add that to the best warranty in the business, our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty. And that's an offer no one else matches. Hurry, the Dodge model year-end clearance ends soon.
Try Arby's new toasted subs. Whether it's the French dip and twist, the classic Italian, turkey bacon club, or the Philly beef, they're toasted to perfection, and they'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Hey, Chicagoland, looking for a career change? International Profit Associates is the nation's leader in management consulting for small and medium-sized companies. IPA had another winning year and is now hiring appointment setters and inside sales representatives. IPA employees are building careers. The 600 employees at the Northwest Suburban office love working at IPA because of unlimited income potential. Create your own promotion. Call IPA at 800-531-2542, weekdays between 7 and 5. Tell them you're looking for a change.
Lots has changed over 4 generations, but one thing that's remained the same is the great taste of Rosati's Pizza. For 40 years, the Rosati family secret recipes have kept people coming back for more. Authentic pizzas are made by hand, always with the freshest homemade sauce and ingredients. Deep dish, thin crust, there's something for everyone. Or dive into the cheap, delicious Italian beef with melted mozzarella. Rosati's Pizza, a tradition of quality for 4 generations. Log on to myrosatis.com to find the location near you.
Four Seasons, the largest family-owned and operated heating and air conditioning contractor, has simple goals: provide exceptional service at the best possible price, and offer products that leave you nothing but satisfied. Call Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning today for a free estimate.
Spell simplicity.
Simplicity. F-E-L-D-C-O. Simplicity.
Close enough.
Call 866-4-FEL-DCO.
Replacing your old windows, siding, and doors is simple. Just call Feldco for top quality at a low factory direct price. Installed by polite, hard-working professionals.
Simplicity.
Feldco.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866-4-FELDCO.
The Cards and Brewers both play later this evening. Milwaukee hosts the Pirates at 6. Dave Bush starting for the Brewers. The Cardinals host the Reds at 6:15. Adam Wainwright starting for St. Louis, so you always want to keep your eye on those games. Right now, the Cubs have their own fate in their hands, hosting the Astros. We are moments away from first pitch, and you can't really start the game without Dan Plesac's keys to the game. What do you got?
I think the keys, really, there's 2 keys, and we're going to add a third. I think the first key is containing Carlos Lee. He's been a Cub killer in the past, every team. He loves hitting in Wrigley Field. I think keeping him in the ballpark, he's a big part of that Astros offense. I think the second key would be Jason Marquis. Keep the ball down in the strike zone. You'll know he's throwing well, effective early if he's inducing a lot of ground balls. And the third key in the 7th inning, please turn down the volume on your TVs and radios, because you do not want to hear this voice.
Yes, well, that actually was our third key, Dan. Don't screw up the 7th inning stretch.
Yeah, this is a lot of pressure, and that would be different if I was a football player or a hockey player, but being associated playing for 18 seasons, you would think that I would know the 7th inning stretch, which I do, and so I'm just hoping I don't mess it up, because I will never hear the end of it.
Well, we have complete faith in you, Dan, although I will once again say the 7th inning could be a critical part of the ball game. Talking about yesterday and that loss, it seemed the Cubs came out a little bit flat. Obviously, the goal is to just win series. If you can win every series from here on out, I think you're going to the playoffs. So in terms of trying to bounce back from yesterday, the Cubs have to keep it in perspective. You can still win the series.
Oh, there's no question about it. And these games are all going to be very big the rest of the season. They have a stretch of games with not very many days off, but the same applies to Milwaukee and St. Louis. This division is really going to be one. I really believe this is going to go down to the last week of the season unless one of these three teams separates themselves and goes on one of them 10-game runs where they go 8-2, 9-1. It's going to be very difficult to do at this time of the year, but I still think top to bottom, starting pitching, rotation, the whole thing, you throw it all together, I still think the Cubs have the best team in the division. They're in a great spot. It's their division to lose. If they play the best, they don't need help from anybody else.
And when you attack a guy like Troy Patton for the Astros who's on the mound, do you just go out and try to get him early? Well,
you try to do the best with your advanced scout and with your hitting instructor to find out what he throws, but it's always in the advantage of a pitcher for the first time. You'd like to be able to see a couple of pitches to gauge the velocity, the break on his breaking ball. You really have no idea what he likes to go to when he gets in trouble. I would say that he's probably going to go through the Cub lineup the first time and have very little problems. Hopefully he makes some mistakes, but I think the second and third time you'll see the Cub hitters make some adjustments.
All right, we will find out. It is time for Cubs baseball. For Dan Plesac, I'm Gail Fisher. Len and Bob have the call next here on Comcast Sportsnet. Enjoy the game.
We greet you from beautiful Wrigley Field on a gorgeous afternoon as the Cubs begin the final month of the regular season today. And after a series opening loss to the Houston Astros, the Cubs try to even it up with Game 2 right here on Comcast Sportsnet. And welcome to Cubs baseball. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. And the Cubs begin the final month today. They'll finish the regular season on the last day of September. We're going to take a look back at the last 3 months. Cubs were a lot better in June and July than they were in August, but didn't hurt them in the month of August.
Yeah, it hasn't hurt them so far in the month of August. It did not hurt them. June and July were so good. Everything seemed to be clicking. The defense was strong. The offense was good. The pitching was solid. The bullpen was great. Month of August has been a little more of a struggle, especially with that team ERA. You really got to get more innings out of your starting pitchers, more quality innings out of your starters.
The Cubs went 12-16, as you saw in the month of August, but they jumped into first place.
Go figure. I mean, anytime you think you've got a handle on this game, you might as well just forget about it because the standings have turned around. And as of July 31st, it looked like the Brewers were going to try to run away with this thing. The Cubs were hanging on. As you can see, this is a 3-team race the rest of the way. You still have to like the Cubs' chances. They've got the strongest pitching. They've got the best lineup on a daily basis. It's right there for them.
And a pretty favorable schedule as well. And by the way, they won't see Milwaukee again, but they will play the Cardinals 5 times. Now the starting pitchers today, left-hander Troy Patton, a 21-year-old rookie, goes just his second big league start. It'll be Jason Marquis for the Cubs.
Yeah, Jason Marquis lost his last time out against the Diamondbacks. The good news is he hasn't lost consecutive starts yet this year. Troy Patton, one of the bright stars of the Astros organization.
So coming up, sinker baller Jason Marquis shoots for his 8th career win against the Astros. He's 7-5 lifetime. We'll have Cubs baseball next.
Recognize your loved ones on the sidewalks beneath the historic Wrigley Field marquee. Through the commemorative paver program, you can join thousands of fans in celebrating the day you became a Cubs fan, declared your loyalty, or preserved your favorite Cubs moment. If you're a Cubs fan, how can you pass up this opportunity to become part of Wrigley Field? Each order includes a replica paver for your home or office and makes a perfect gift. So to purchase, visit Cubs.com or call today. Space is limited, so order now.
Hot, sticky weather is here. You can try to cool yourself
this way or go to the experts at QC Auto Service Centers. They'll keep you cool, calm, and happy all summer long. The highly trained and certified technicians at QC Auto Service Centers will check it out and fix it right the first time.
Hotter than a collar? Don't sweat it. Come see us.
The place to go for air conditioning service, QC Auto Service Centers, keeping you on the road.
Lucky you. Your local True Value has everything you need to take care of life's little surprises, and you'll get in and out fast. True Value. Help is just around the corner.
Replace it, repair it, restore it, enjoy it at K&K True Value Hardware, 18th and Grant Street in Bettendorf.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Chevy. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs, your local area Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Ricoh, how well do you print, copy, scan, fax? How well do you share? Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, shining through. Cadillac, Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit. And by Southwest Airlines. With more flights to more places than ever before, Southwest is taking low fares farther. Visit southwest.com.
What a day. I'll tell you what, let's just take this for the next 29 days after this for the rest of September. Does that work for you?
It was pretty tough to top the last couple of days, but I think this is the one you'd want to put in a time capsule right here.
Rough one yesterday. The Cubs dropped a 6-1 decision to start this series, and right now they're just 4-6 against the Astros. Milwaukee and St. Louis both won, so the Cubs lead is down to a game and a half over Milwaukee and 2 ahead of the St. Louis Cardinals. And it's September, so the roster's expanding around baseball. And here's what the Cubs have done. Steve Traxel is in the ballpark. He got here within the last hour. Acquired from Baltimore yesterday. Sean Gallagher actually went down to Double-A Tennessee and was going to start yesterday before he was pulled from that outing. In fact, never even made it, and he is here. Will Oman is back from Triple-A. Ronnie Cedeno, Giovanni Soto, and Eric Patterson as well. And Bob, everybody on that list with big league time previously this year.
And that's very unusual to call up a guy in September and have him already gotten his feet wet at the major league level. And of those guys on that list, you figure Ronnie Cedeno is going to get some playing time in the very near future to spell Ryan Theriot. And of course, we know Steve Traxel is going to slot in there somewhere.
So the Cubs getting ready for game 134. They'll go in 35 and 33 at home, 33 and 32 on the road. 68 up, 65 down. And as Jason Marquis gets ready to work, let's check in on the Astros Southwest starting lineup. Houston has won 3 straight, all since Hunter Pence was put in that leadoff spot. Chris Burke's going to play second and bat second. No Craig Biggio today. He's scheduled to be back in there tomorrow. Berkman, Lee, Loretta, Luke Scott having a solid second half in right. Ty Wigginton at third, and the battery is Ausmus and Patton.
And let's take a look at the Cubs defensively, brought to you by Ricoh. Move your ideas forward with Ricoh dependability. Soriano, Jones, and Monroe once again across the outfield against the left-hander. Ramirez and Theriot on the left side. DeRosa, Lee on the right side. Jason Kendall doing the catching today for right-hander Jason Marquis. Jason, as we mentioned earlier, coming off a loss against the Arizona Diamondbacks, went 5 1/3, gave up 6 hits and 5 runs in that ball game. A couple of hitters in this Astros lineup he's going to have to keep a close eye on. Lance Berkman has had great career numbers against Jason Marquis, as well as Carlos Lee with a couple of home runs. Other than that, not a lot of offensive production historically from this Astros lineup against Jason Marquis.
Game conditions, mid-70s, humidity not a factor. Just a beautiful forecast.
Well, what would make it even sunnier forecast for the Cubs is if they can retire Hunter Pence today. This guy hit a couple of big bombs in the ball game yesterday. Real good looking young player.
It was a career afternoon for Pence as he takes strike one. Larry Vanover calling those balls and strikes. First career 2-homer game and career best 5 RBIs. He scored 3 runs. Technically a crosswind today, 5 miles an hour out of the southeast. So right to left. Although right now it's blowing in.
Well, if yesterday was any indication, it really didn't seem to affect too many of the balls hit into play to the outfield yesterday, and it was blowing considerably harder straight in. The sun's going to be a factor today, no doubt about it. The earlier start time, you can see the infielders on the left side as well as Alfonso Soriano. Shadows are straight behind them. They're going to be looking right up into the sun on any fly ball hit to the left side. And as the sun moves during the afternoon, the middle infielders and Jock Jones are going to have trouble for a couple of innings, and then eventually the right side will have some sun problems.
Pence just nicking that fastball, and count remains 2-2.
Nary a cloud to be seen. There was a big black cloud, however, coming out of that Astros dugout. His name was Hunter Pence. Got Sean Marshall early, a hanging slider from Michael Wirtz later in the ball game. Hunter Pence, last year by Baseball America, was named the #1 prospect in the Astros organization. The #2 prospect is Troy Patton, the guy taking the ball for the Astros today.
Swing and a miss. And Marshall walked Pence to open up the ball game yesterday, and he would come around to score the first run. So that's a big strikeout right off the bat for Marquis.
Nothing tricky, just a sinking fastball on the outside corner. Pence swings right over the top of it. That 2-strike approach, no stride, tried to shorten the swing and couldn't come up with it.
And it brings up the second sacker, Chris Burke, in there for Biggio. Craig Biggio had 2 hits in game 1. That one skipped over the home dugout. Burke started yesterday, but he played right, finished the game at second. 1 for 4 with a run. Off the end of the bat, a little ground ball to Derek Lee. He will underhand to Marquis covering. And I don't know if Jason Marquis got much sleep last night, because I'm sure he's been thinking about all week how to get out Lance Berkman. Berkman is 19 for 31 in his career against Marquis. 7 extra base hits, 11 walks.
Driven in 13 runs in his 31 at bats. That 19 for 31 figures out to a .613 batting average. That's ridiculous.
Fastball in there for a strike at the knees. Berkman with 2 hits in the opener and hitting over 400 his last 20. He hit .345 with 9 homers and 20 RBIs in the month of August. Caught by Lee. Well, he hit it hard, but Marquis retires Berkman. A great play by Derek Lee. So it's 19 for 32 now. Well, Derek will bat third in the bottom of the first inning. Soriano and Terrio ahead of him.
Fellas, leave the tight pads to the ladies. If I can count the coins in your pocket, you better use them to call a tailor. Stay thirsty, my friends.
Chicagoans love their pizza. That's why you come to Giordano's. Some for 30 years now. We use only the finest ingredients to make Giordano's famous stuffed pizza, our equally famous thin crust pizza. Plus salads, pastas, sandwiches, and more. Come on into Giordano's and celebrate 30 great years with us. Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. We made it good. You made it famous.
You are cordially invited to the event from Lexus. The summer sales event where you'll find unexpected values on the Lexus you've always wanted. But like summer, it won't last forever. The event, now through September 4th. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Fellas, leave the tight pads to the ladies. If I can count the coins in your pocket, you better use them to call a tailor. Stay thirsty, my friends.
Well, Marquis went 1-2-3 in the top of the first inning. We'll see how Troy Patton, a rookie left-hander, fares against the Cubs. And let's check in on their Southwest starting lineup. Soriano, Terrio, Lee at the top. Ramirez, Monroe, DeRosa in the middle. Kendall, Jones, and the left-handed hitting Jason Marquis at the bottom.
Here's how the Astros will line up defensively. Carlos Lee, Hunter Pence, and Luke Scott across the outfield today. Ty Wigginton at third. Mark Loretta at short. Chris Burke at second. Lance Berkman over at first. Brad Ausmus, the veteran catcher, will be behind the dish for left-hander Troy Patton, making his second major league start. You see his combined numbers at AA and AAA this year. He was a real workhorse. He worked an average of 6 1/3 innings per start at the AA and AAA level.
Soriano to swing and miss on the first pitch. Soriano had the day off yesterday, hit the home run Thursday, added some insurance in the Cubs 5-4 win over Milwaukee. Quickly 0-2. 2 for 13 since coming back from the disabled list. The Cubs ended August without a player with at least 20 home runs. Popped up on the left side. And Wigginton's going to give way as Mark Loretta makes a catch. If you take out the strike-shortened 1995 season, the last time the Cubs went into September without a 20-homer player was 1992. Ryan Sandberg reached 20 that year on September 13th. It's just remarkable. I mean, we've talked about the home run numbers pretty much throughout the season, but for a team with guys like Soriano, Lee, Ramirez, Jones, to not have a 20-homer guy at this point is really remarkable. But as Lou said, you're in first place. However you get it done, you get it done.
Absolutely. A win is a win is a win. Doesn't matter how you score the runs, just as long as you end up with one more than the other guy.
1 ball, 1 strike on Ryan Terrio. Lou has talked about him maybe getting a day off at some point soon. He's been a workhorse at short. He didn't even begin the year as an everyday player, but it's a nice catch by Brad Ausmus right near the corner of the dugout. It was about 5 feet from where Derek Lee slammed his ribs and chest into the plexiglass going after a foul pop the other night.
And you notice Brad Ausmus, one of the new breed of catchers who does not take off that hockey style mask as he pursues those foul balls. He feels much more comfortable leaving it on, and that's one of the main aspects of the new mask the catchers talk about is the visibility. You have much better peripheral vision. You can see up and down a lot easier than you could with the older masks.
So after the 2 outs, Soriano's 2 for 14 on the homestand. Terrio 2 for 19. And Derek Lee coming into this at bat is 0 for his last 10. Two strikes on him. Has a birthday coming up. He'll turn 22 on Monday. He'll already have 2 major league starts under his belt. And welcome back home. Steve Traxel began his pro career with the Cubs. Major league career got started as well in a Cubs uniform, and he is back. And may start as soon as Tuesday. That's just foul past third base. Call made by Greg Gibson. His last start was Wednesday with the Orioles, and his next one and his first with the Cubs and his second time around will be Tuesday or Wednesday against the Los Angeles Dodgers.
And we talked to Jim Hendry about Steve Traxel yesterday. And he's having a good month of August. And that's once again where your scouts become so important. Those guys who are out there watching teams, trying to figure out somebody who may be available that would be a good fit. And Steve Traxel, as we talked to Jim about, has been through the Wrigley experience. Shouldn't be overly affected by the big crowds here at the ballpark.
He hit that one right on the screws, but at Chris Burke for the out. So each starter goes 1, 2, 3 in the first inning.
The survival of the greenbacks is a daily challenge. This one was overspent. They're at risk of becoming extinct. But you can help right now during Kia's Save the Greenback sales event. You save a lot of greenbacks with Kia, like the fuel-efficient Sportage. With its impressive safety rating, you and your greenbacks are more protected than ever. Together, we can save the greenbacks.
Hurry and get 2.9% APR plus 1,000 bonus cash on the Sportage.
Honey, I think this might be our lucky day.
I think it might be.
I think this is what we've been waiting for.
I think it is.
Yes! It turned blue!
Introducing the Coors Light Cold Activated Bottle. The mountains turn from white to blue when your beer reaches the perfect temperature.
It's blue like your eyes.
My eyes are green.
Only from Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
During the Pontiac Summer Sell Down, you can get more than just some sun. Get more horsepower than any import under 18 grand, and still get 33 on the highway. Get more horsepower and better highway fuel economy than Scion TC. And with every 2007 Pontiac, you get more coverage than anyone in America.
During the Pontiac Summer Sell Down, get into a 2007 G6 sedan starting at $16,895. Hurry, inventory limited. For more information, visit PontiacDrive.com.
Welcome back to Wrigley Field. I'm Josh Mora, and welcome back to 5 September call-ups from the minor leagues, with the rosters expanding, including Will Oman, who is back for the first time since his incendiary comments when he was sent down to the minors. Oman shook all of his teammates' hands when he got to the locker room, and some more warmly than others. And he told the media he's very sorry for the way things went down when he went down.
I made a mistake. I really messed up. It was not in any way intentional to hurt anyone or to mar the organization, upset fans or teammates alike. And the times you feel the worst about stuff is when you hurt someone and it is unintentional. Because in no way was I trying to, I don't know, theoretically throw someone under the bus or anything like that.
And guys, I asked Oman if he was worried about coming back to the locker room and how his teammates would react. He said no, he just wants to be concerned with rebuilding each relationship as things go forward now. Guys?
All right, Josh, thank you. And the one thing we noticed was Will Oman actually carried the pink backpack that has the candy and the sunflower seeds out to the bullpen.
Well, I mean, Will's comments at the time, I think, can be chalked up to perhaps a little embarrassment. He had his feelings hurt. He felt like he could do better to help the team, and kind of lashed out a little bit. But this is one of the ways you get yourself back into the good graces of your teammates. You come back with your tail between your legs, you apologize, and you move forward.
Mark Loretta sends a fly to center, and it'll be hauled in by Jock Jones. So a couple of fly balls for outs. Here in inning number 2, Luke Scott will come up. And I'll tell you what, Will Oman can be a very valuable part of this bullpen once again here in September. And you look at him, Bob, much more as a matchup left-hander than you do Scott Ayers. Scott's more of a guy you bring in to pitch 1 inning or to face 2 or 3 hitters, and certainly has faced a lot of right-handed hitters. But I think Oman's the guy that you look at a little bit more in the vein of a matchup left-hander. Luke Scott drives that ball deep to right, and it's a home run. It got out in a big-time hurry. He has been red hot since July 18th. He has slugged .622, batting .333 in that time, and he just hit his 16th home run.
It didn't look like that ball was high enough to get over the basket out there in right center field. A screaming low liner. Cliff Floyd, coming over from his right field position, was getting himself into a position to play the carom off the ivy, and that ball just continued to carry and got up in the front row right above the 368 mark.
We've talked so much about the wind knocking down fly balls. Well, the Astros haven't had any sort of problem. They've hit 3 in the series. Hits with 2 yesterday, and Luke Scott with 1 today as Wigginton hit that ball hard on a bounce, but Mark DeRosa takes care of it to end the inning. 2-out homer makes it 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the second.
We're not going to make it.
Can you get us to the airport in 15 minutes? Cheaper than a change fee if we miss our flight.
As with all airlines, it may cost more to rebook your flight, but on Southwest, we never charge an additional fee.
You are now free to move about the country.
I am your idea, and I'm huge. Tab me, bind me, stack me, send me round. I'm your big idea. You can't stop this. I'm your biggest idea. And Rico moves me, shows me, sends me. Leaves me behind, but never in a bind. It's the big time. I'm your big idea. Enrico's how we go and go and go.
It's Toyota's Lots on the Lot event. With so many great trucks to choose from, it's the right time to buy. Get 0% APR on a powerful new Tundra, or choose $2,500 cash back. Get $2,500 cash back on a 4Runner, or lease a 4Runner for just $299 a month. Toyota's Lots on the Lot event. Going on now.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Aflac. Ask about it at work. And by Nissan, who invites you to shift the way you move through the world.
Welcome back as the Cubs trail again early on. 1-0. Luke Scott with a line shot home run off Jason Marquis. Ramos Ramirez will bat, leading off the bottom of the second. Craig Monroe and Mark DeRosa to follow. And the Cubs and Cubs wives again fighting hunger today, hosting the 5th annual food drive here at Wrigley Field to benefit the Lakeview Pantry. Jenny Dempster, Stephanie Merton on hand. And they will still be collecting non-perishable food items through the 3rd inning.
That's just one of the many things that the Cubs wives do during the course of the season to get in good with the community, get out there and do some good that'll last year round, not just during the baseball season. Always good to see the ladies at the ballpark.
Roller to Burke. He almost overran the ball from the seat of his pants, and Berkman couldn't handle it on a bounce toss from Chris Burke.
Burke had a lot more time than he realized. He lost his footing out there, but was balanced on the seat of his pants. His throw to Lance Berkman, however, is in the dirt, tough to handle. Tries to make that swipe pick over there out of the dirt, keeping his foot on the bag the whole time, and Ramirez just does get in there when the ball gets out of Berkman's glove.
Apparently an error on Berkman. I'm going to put E, but I'm going to leave it.
I've already put E for it.
Yeah.
That's going to have to be changed.
Yeah, that's an error on the second baseman.
I've only ever seen a first baseman get an error trying to pick a ball out of the dirt one time, and that was on a throw from Derek Jeter, which was understandable. Scorekeeper was trying to protect Derek Jeter's fielding percentage and hung an error on the first baseman for the Yankees earlier this year on a game against the Oakland A's. No question Burke loses his footing. That makes it a tough play, but any kind of a throw at all right here, and Ramirez is an easy out at first base. But even if that was a routine play that he fielded and threw the ball in the dirt, the error would go to the second baseman.
At any rate, the Cubs had the leadoff hitter on base, and Craig Monroe in a 2-1 count. Carlos Lee out in left. Glove is up, and he has it.
I'll tell you, Len, it's small consolation as Craig Monroe tries to establish himself with his new ball club, but he has just missed some pitches over his last 3 or 4 outings. That one there just got under it a hair, popped it up into the air. Not even an inch, just a slight adjustment on that barrel of the bat, and that ball's out on Waveland Avenue.
DeRosa batting 6th. Long look by Patton.
A big part of Patton's success at the minor league level has been attributed to his deception. His velocity is not overpowering. His fastball will sit in the high 80s, low 90s. Has a decent little breaking ball, a pretty good straight changeup, but he just has kind of a funny delivery where he gets down underneath the ball. He kind of drops his elbow down in close to his body. Maybe not to the same extreme, but the Mets used to have a pitcher, Sid Fernandez, who used that fully to his advantage. Was really hard to pick up as a hitter.
That's a good call. 0-2 on DeRosa. Now back to your Monroe comments. You know, Hawk and DJ have long done the picks to click. And going into this stretch against left-handers, Craig Monroe is my pick to click.
I was right there with you. I mean, on that road trip, he just missed a couple of pitches. He nearly hit out at Chase Field down in Arizona. He's had real good swings. Unfortunately, just hasn't squared it up yet.
Talking about the Cubs wives and the food drive, Ryan Dempster does a ton of work in the community and hosting Dempster's Dynasty RBI team, as well as members of the RBI Junior and Senior All-Star teams. Meeting with the children, signing autographs today. Brought them onto the field for some BP. Nice going, Demp. Luke Scott with the catch in right. Today's Celebrity Bat Kids are brought to you by Walgreens, the official pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs. 11-year-old Ryan Perrigan of Coloma, Michigan, and 15-year-old Kirsten Wireman of DeMotte, Indiana. Today's Walgreens Celebrity Bat Kids. Nothing on Kendall.
Because of Patton's delivery, I mentioned the way he drops his elbow down in close to his body. He tends to get a natural cut on his fastball. He likes to work across the top of the zone, much like the Astros announcer sitting to our left, Jim Deshaies, was a pitcher that used to work across the top of the strike zone. Got a lot of fly ball outs, a lot of foul balls.
Is from the Houston area. He was born in Spring, Texas, which is the hometown of Josh Beckett. Went to Tomball High School. There's JD on the left, Bill Brown on the right.
know, sometimes the best attribute a pitcher can have is guts, and Jim Deshaies had plenty of guts. He threw that fastball in the mid to upper 80s, up there around the letters consistently. He realized that he was not going to be effective throwing it down in the strike zone. So as his career progressed, he steadily scooted the fastball up higher and higher and higher, and was a very effective pitcher towards the end of his career.
Deshaies went 15-10 for Houston in 1989 with a 2.91 earned run average. Ground ball right to Berkman. He's going to step on first, and that ends the Cubs' second. It's 1-0 Astros to the third.
Stop, Hub! Where should we sit? Right at first base. Wait, how about along the third baseline? Wow, this is great. Just like having season tickets. Looking for great seats? Buy tickets from other fans. Have extra tickets? Sell them to other fans. Go to StubHub.com today for tickets to the hottest sports, concert, and theater events, even if they're sold out.
Peanuts.
Hey, there's still tickets right behind home plate. Let's go for it. StubHub, your choice, your ticket, your experience.
StubHub!
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago.
Hot, sticky weather is here. You can try to cool yourself this way or go to the experts at QC Auto Service Centers. They'll keep you cool, calm, and happy all summer long. The highly trained and certified technicians at QC Auto Service Centers will check it out and fix it right the first time.
Hotter than a collar? Don't sweat it. Come see us.
The place to go for air conditioning service. QC Auto Service Centers, keeping you on the road.
When the subject is trucks, you gotta know how to work it. Quad City Spring is all over that. When you need organizing systems for pickups and vans, and Adrian Steel custom setups are your mandatory upgrades, Quad City Spring gets the call. Ladder racks, toolboxes, towing, and truck accessories, we've got you covered. When the subject is trucks, Quad City Spring knows how you want to get it done. Got a truck? Work it, baby. Quad City Spring, 34th Street and River Drive, Moline.
Welcome back as we start the third inning. Tonight, the excitement of Major League Soccer is on Comcast Sportsnet as the Chicago Fire heads to New York for a showdown with the Red Bulls. Don't miss Chicago Fire soccer tonight at 6:30 right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Ausmus, Patton, and Pence. It's Jason Marquis. Another switch-hitting pitcher for the Astros. Wandy Rodriguez yesterday and Troy Patton today.
They'd like to retire Brad Ausmus, and we can see what kind of a hitter Troy Patton is. Ausmus would reach. I'm sure Patton would come up there to put down a sac bunt. That's why retiring that 8-hitter to start an inning is always so important. Force that pitcher to swing the bat.
Jason with a 2-1. Ausmus was out in front. Kind of a quiet crowd, a huge crowd, for something big to happen for the Cubs as Ramirez will throw out Ausmus. Well, I saw that left-hander Manny Parra, who had to leave that start the other night with a thumb injury, suffered a chip fracture on a bunt attempt in that game against the Cubs, and he's going to be out about 2 weeks.
And for a starting pitcher to go a couple of weeks without throwing a baseball this close to the end of the season, you have to believe that maybe his season has pretty much come to an end. By the time he gets some side sessions and simulated games and gets his arm strength back to the point where he could take the ball, season's probably going to be over. As Troy Patton, batting from the left side of the plate, grounds one up the middle for his first major league hit. as time passes, this will become a line drive off the ivy in center field, but hard ground ball back up the middle of the field, right over the mound and into center field. Congratulations. Don't do it again.
Now, most sources do list him as a switch hitter. He is listed as a left-handed hitter in the Astros guide, but it doesn't sometimes even matter because Wandy Rodriguez was a switch hitter. We were told he gave it up and just became a right-handed hitter, but then he switch hit yesterday. Oh, those pitchers. Big swing by Pence, 2 strikes. Now this is a sequence here where Jason Marquis probably won't throw anything, or at least will attempt to not throw anything near the strike zone.
Well, this is where you try to find those holes in Hunter Pence's swing. Try to see if you can get him to chase out of the zone. High slider out of the strike zone away. And usually in these 2 strike counts, when you're probing and trying to get a guy to chase a bad pitch, there's 2 different options that seem to work the best. One is to elevate a fastball up above the letters, try to get a swinging strike up there, and of course the other one would be to throw a breaking ball down low and away. Try to go upstairs with a fastball. Pence lays off. See if he comes right back with that hard slider down low and away. And Pence has only walked 17 times in over 350 at bats this season, so he wants to swing that bat. There's the slider low and away. Marquis kind of stumbled off the mound that time toward the first base side.
Well, even though he's now run it full after starting at 0-2, he still has a good shot to get Pence. He can be near the plate, but doesn't have to give him a fat one here. But that was too far down, and Pence does draw the walk.
Unless a hitter is really anxious to help you out there on the mound, you got to put it closer to the zone than that. That pitch was obviously going to end up in the dirt. A breaking ball that was headed low the minute it left his hand. Pence laid off of it quickly.
Now Chris Burke, I think what it came down to for Jason there was not the plan, but the execution. Sometimes you can go back and say, well, maybe we should have done this, but I think in that entire at bat after it went to 0-2, it's just about he just maybe didn't put the ball exactly where he wanted to.
You're absolutely right. Just execute your pitches. We talk about it all the time. There's no right or wrong pitch in any given situation.
Nice play by Ramirez. He's going to step on third, fire across, and it's a double play. That ends the inning. Astros have hit the ball hard today, but a couple of times right at Cubs infielders. It's 1-0.
Ask for Pennzoil. Get an oil change with 5 quarts of Pennzoil and a Fram filter for just $12.99 at AutoZone.
Gush, sink, trip, drain, draft and drink. Innovative, draft can, Heineken.
Of course Geico sponsors Mike's Race Car because they insure everything race car fans love. RVs, motorcycles, ATVs. Tell you one thing they can't insure. Lauren Wallace. Because Lauren Wallace is made of lightning. Those guys are like, hey, where's Lauren? He was just here a minute ago. I'm 100 miles away, son. Ready to strike.
Geico, saving you money on insurance for your car and the other stuff that moves you.
Hey, Cubs fans, tune into Comcast Sportsnet all year to watch your team and the LoJack Caught Stealing play. Then visit Cubs.com/LoJack to enter to win a 2008 spring training trip. LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police.
Well, tomorrow's going to be a fun one. The Cubs host the Astros at 1:20, and the first 20,000 fans will get a scratch and win card. 500 random winners will receive a Rawlings official baseball autographed by 4 Cubs pitchers who've thrown a no-hitter: Don Cardwell, Ken Holtzman, Bert Hooton, and Milt Pappas. Fans are encouraged to hold on to their cards for second chance opportunities throughout the game. For complete rules, visit Cubs.com. Milt Pappas with the last Cubs no-hitter will handle our 7th inning stretch tomorrow. Good play by Ramirez, and became fairly routine once he was able to snag that ground ball.
Yeah, that's one thing about a hard hit ball. You have a lot of time. If you can get to your feet and get over to that bag in good shape, you've got plenty of time to complete that relay throw on to first.
Fastball strike on Jock Jones, who just completed a huge month of August. Led the Cubs with a .349 average. Smacked 11 doubles. 21 RBIs. Burke on the short hop. And Jones is out.
Well, once again, small consolation, but a good at bat by Jock Jones. Got a good pitch to hit right there on the inner half of the plate and really smoked it, unfortunately, right at the Astros second baseman.
There have been a few rockets hit for outs on both sides.
Both pitchers have that atom ball working. I've heard starting pitchers say that before in post-game interviews. What was working for you tonight? The atom ball. They were hitting everything, but they were hitting it right at them.
You know, it's funny you said that. Right near Steve Traxel's new locker in the Cubs clubhouse is a one-page, and I think it's from Don Carmen, the 21 baseball cliches or whatever, and one of them includes the atom ball comment. You know, just take it one game at a time, or quote, one at bat at a time.
Doing what I can to help the team win.
Yeah. Is it 110%?
Stay inside myself.
One of them was, I know what, something like, I know what you are, but what am I? Something like that. There's a little random.
Sounds like elementary school. I know you are, but what am I?
That's what it is. Yeah. I know you are, but what am I?
Nah, 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 nah.
That is caught. Can you believe that? I thought that ball was going to be 4 rows in, and Luke Scott caught it right near the wall.
That's such a tough play for so many different reasons. I don't even know where to start. The ball's a mile in the air. There's a little bit of sun to deal with out there in right field, close to that wall, close to the fans, and Luke Scott stays with it right up against the padding to make the catch.
Soriano with 2 outs. First time through the order for Troy Patton. He allowed 1 base runner, and that was on an error. And if you're sitting at home saying this is what the Cubs always do against rookies, that's not the case. The last 6 times the Cubs have faced a rookie starting pitcher, the Cubs are 6-0. Those rookies are 0-4 with an 8.31. So they have done very well against young starting pitchers lately. And a slow start this afternoon.
And second time through the lineup now. Hopefully the Cubs hitters gathered some information the first time through and went back to the bench and shared it with their teammates and compared notes. And hopefully the second time through they'll have a better attack against Troy Patton.
On Soriano, working a hitter's count. 1 home run away from 20. He'll be the first Cub to get there here in 07.
You may notice that Brad Ausmus, the Astros catcher, going through a series of signs even with no runners on base. Not sure the exact reason for that, but normally if you do that with nobody on base, you feel there's something going on out in the bleachers, out in the scoreboard, somebody relaying signs to the hitter in some way, shape, or form. And the way to combat that is to use a series of signs even with nobody on base. Maybe a little borderline paranoia, but the Astros figure better be safe than sorry.
Cardinals did it, right?
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye on that to see how many teams do that here in the month of September. Slide step and pitch off the plate. 1 ball, no strikes. Now, are we to assume that Yadier Molina is doing that every day, or is it just against certain teams?
Keep a close eye on those televised out-of-town games. Yeah,
I'll be curious to see. Maybe the Cubs are developing a reputation. That's okay.
Yeah,
we're watching.
I mean, the more problems you throw on that other team, whether they're real or imagined, the better your chances of somewhere along the line a pitcher missing a sign, or Ausmus perhaps forgetting what he called because he gave a sequence of 5 or 6 signs. Maybe the middle infielders don't get a real good look at exactly what pitch was called, and they're a hair late breaking for a ground ball. Hey, the more you can dump on that other team, the better.
Shot into the gap. Soriano will end up at third. The relay throw handled not cleanly, and Soriano now trying to score. Ball rolling to Ausmus. He'll get it. They don't score if the relay throw is caught, but it wasn't, and a heads-up play by Alfonso. It's 1-1.
Good instinctive base running right there by a guy who's not close to 100% with the health of that right quad. The throw gets over the first cutoff man, under the second cutoff man, and it's a nice attempt by Brad Ausmus, but even better base running by Alfonso Soriano. That is just heads up right there. Got around Ausmus, the head first slide under the tag at the plate.
Ontario gets a double and an error on Hunter Pence, allowing Soriano to score the tying tally. Derek Lee bloops it. Foul. I don't know how you watch complicated plays like that. I generally tend to focus on the runner between second and third, maybe the third base coach, but I just knew that Soriano wasn't going to be able to score, so all I was focused on was that throw. I mean, as long as one of the infielders catches the throw, there's no chance for Alfonso to even attempt to score.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, but Alfonso didn't assume anything.
Yep.
He didn't assume it was going to be a perfect cutoff, and that's what gave him the opportunity to come on home. Yeah, if you're content to just go to third base and you figure Hunter Pence is going to hit the cutoff man, the play's over, we got runners at second and third for Derek Lee, you're not going to be able to score when that ball gets away.
Well, the Lee's coming through with runners in scoring position. Nomar right now is on the DL, a calf injury. Not sure if he'll play in that upcoming series or not. That's a strike on the outside corner.
Well, that's the closest thing to an unhittable strike there probably is. A backdoor breaking ball from a lefty to a right-handed hitter. Starts out of the strike zone. Barely gets back to the outside corner. There's not much you can do with that anyway.
First K of the day for Patton, but the Cubs get the unearned run. 2 errors by the Astros early on. It's 1-1.
How can I help you?
Oh, I'm going back and forth about redoing my floors over Labor Day. I just wish there was something that could help me decide.
How does not paying for 12 months sound?
That'll do it.
Just put $299 on your Lowe's consumer credit card and don't pay a penny for 12 months on anything in the store.
This?
Yep.
This?
Mm-hmm.
This?
On anything.
So, what do you say to get you to do the floors?
You don't pay for 12 months with this.
That'll do it.
Save now at Lowe's Labor Day event. Pay later if you spend $299 or more on your Lowe's credit card.
Spell simplicity.
Simplicity. F-E-L-D-C-O. Simplicity.
Close enough.
Call 866-4-FEL-DCO.
Replacing your old windows, siding, and doors is simple. Just call Feldco for top quality at a low factory direct price. Installed by polite, hard-working professionals.
Simplicity.
Feldco.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866-4-FELDCO.
If only your cupboards were never bare. Fortunately, Walgreens has thousands of locations, many open 24 hours, stocked with the food and beverages you need whenever you run out.
Pat Boyle and Mark Chanelski every night at 6:30 and 10 on Comcast Sportsnet.
You can count on us for the best local highlights.
Everything you need to know about Chicago sports.
Sports Night, a show Chicago sports fans can chew on.
Time to check in on our Aflac trivia question. Ricky Henderson is the all-time career leadoff home run leader with 81. Who is second on that list? Get the answer in the bottom of the inning. A 1-1 tie. Cubs knotted it up on an unearned run. Barry heads up base running by Alfonso Soriano. As he saw the relay throw. The first throw get past the cutoff guy. As Berkman sent that one into right, the bat.
Wow. Our tail of the tape, that's probably about 160, 165 feet down the first base line in the air. This may be the best bat toss we've had all year. Just perfect, you know, caught the aerodynamics just right as that bat was twirling out there.
Waiting for two officials to run out and immediately mark it.
That reminds me of one of my years in the major leagues that I struggled, which is most of them, but Danny Ozark was a coach on our staff in San Francisco. Great baseball mind, and he saw that I was struggling mightily and took me out to the field very early one day with a trash can full of bats. Had me stand at home plate and said, okay, I want you to take your stance as Berkman goes down on strikes. Assume you're swinging at a pitch, but I want you to let the bat go and throw it right over the mound every time. Apparently he felt my problem was right after contact. I was cutting my swing off short. I wasn't following through. I wasn't getting much carry on fly balls. Said you need to get through the ball. So he wanted me to stand at home plate and throw bat after bat after bat straight over the mound. I thought that was kind of an unusual technique. I'd like to say that it worked, but I'd be lying. But it was fun.
It was fun while it lasted.
Here's a bucket of bats. See how many you can throw to second base. I mean, the theory was good. You know, finish your swing, extend through contact. That's how you get the backspin and get much better carry on those fly balls. And I gave it a shot. I was willing to try just about anything.
See Kenny from Nuts on Clark. How many bats did you toss?
Oh, probably a couple dozen. Went and picked him up, brought him back, and did it again.
Called strike three. Did you let a lot of bats fly while at the plate? I know Jeremy Brunitz was a guy who would let it fly. And what do we have going here?
Well, Carlos Lee's letting it fly to Larry Vanover right now as Cecil Cooper comes out to take his slugging left fielder back to the dugout. Most umpires will let you speak your piece after a called third strike if the hitter doesn't think it was a strike. But once you see that umpire rip the mask off, you better turn around and head back to the dugout because he means business at that point.
Derek Lee will field. Marquis will cover first. And nice 1-2-3 inning for Marquis. Couple of strikeouts and a lazy ground ball. 1-1.
Hey, boss. Do we have Aflac?
Nah, we have something else.
But if you're hurt and miss work, does it pay cash like Aflac does?
Nah.
Or let you spend it any way you want, like for gas and groceries?
Nah.
Or help with everyday bills like Aflac does?
Nah.
There's only one Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Nice try, boss.
Nah.
It's Toyota's Lots on the Lot event. With so many great models to choose from, it's the right time to buy. Right now, lease a Toyota Camry for just $199 a month. Get 0% APR on a luxurious Avalon, or get $2,000 cash back on a roomy Sienna minivan. Toyota's Lots on the Lot event. Going on now.
Well, this heat's not letting up, folks, so you might want to get home with those air conditioners.
At the end of a long, hot day, grab the beer that starts out cold and ends up refreshing. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Time to answer today's Aflac trivia question. Ricky Henderson, the all-time leader in leadoff home runs. Who's second on that list? Well, he's in the ballpark, but not in the lineup today.
Aflac.
Craig Biggio, all-time leader in getting hit by pitches. And Alfonso Soriano, fourth on that list. Bobby Bonds is fifth.
Of course, Craig Biggio started his career in the Houston Astrodome. Not nearly as hitter-homer friendly as Minute Maid Park. I've got to believe he would have snuck up a little bit on the leader.
And the late Bobby Bonds finished his major league career with the Cubs in 1981. Ramirez lines to left. Lee catches on the run. Carlos Lee certainly much more well known for his offense, but that was a nice running catch out of left.
And that ball was hooking away from him. Ramirez gets out in front just a little bit, kind of rolled over that hooking line drive. All right, that's a pretty nice catch for Carlos Lee. You know, those guys on that list we just saw, the leadoff home runs, I think Bobby Bonds was probably the closest to Alfonso Soriano as far as the style of hitter. He was very much a free swinger. I don't believe he drew a lot of base on balls, but he was a threat to break the game open with one swing at any point in the ball game.
Well, just looking it up, actually Bobby did take walks, but he struck out a ton.
Yeah, I knew he struck out a lot.
Yeah, he struck out over 100 times several years in a row. Tapper by Monroe. Osmus, routine play. Yeah, well, at one point Bobby Bonds had the all-time strikeout record, 189 in 1970. Adam Dunn broke that record. 195 strikeouts in 2004. Dunn 2 years ago, or last year I should say, 06, 194. And it's Mark DeRosa with 2 outs. The Cubs have only 1 hit. That was a double by Ryan Theriot. Soriano would come around to score on that play, but because of an error by Hunter Pence. that run for Alfonso Soriano. Number 700 in his major league career. Just for fun, looking at that single season strikeout list, Adam Dunn with the top 2 spots. We mentioned Bonds, Bobby Bonds. He has 2 of the top 5 positions. Jose Hernandez, 4th with 188 strikeouts in 2002. I think that was with Milwaukee. Wasn't there a controversy regarding Jerry Royster, who gave him some time off at the end of the season to save him from breaking the record?
You're right.
Preston Wilson, Rob Deere.
Oh boy.
Pete Incaviglia,
Mule
Jim
Deere.
Thome. All on that list.
Rob Deere used to swing at every pitch like it was 3-0 with the bases loaded and you were down by 3 runs. Every pitch. Shorten up with 2 strikes and make contact. Forget about it.
DeRosa whiffs, and Troy Patton through 4 innings has looked solid. A couple of strikeouts. He's allowed 1 unearned run. It's 1-1.
The 2007 Chevy Equinox with 5-star front and side crash safety ratings. And now every Equinox comes with something Ford and Toyota don't. The best coverage in America, including the GM 100,000-mile warranty. Get a Chevy crossover, the 07 Equinox, starting at $19,865 after cash back. Come in before the Equinox you want is gone. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today.
If you need to tow it, Quad City Spring has it. Quad City Spring is the area's suspension, spring, truck accessory, and towing experts. From goosenecks and fifth wheels to every kind of hitch imaginable, including Blue Ox base plates and tow bars, strong as an ox. And Quad City Spring installs and services everything they sell. So tow it right. Get your ride to Quad City Spring. Quad City Spring, 34th Street at River Drive in Moline.
Gentlemen, start your engines!
The fans are ready. They've dropped the green flag. It's racing action during Quad City Speed Week. Check out the complete schedule at www.speedweekqc.com.
Watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox, Comcast Sportsnet. Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Midas. Visit Midas for brakes, expert auto maintenance, and tires. And by the Toyota Tundra, the truck that's changing it all. Find out how at ytundra.com.
The 23rd annual Cubs convention will take place at the Hilton Chicago on January 18th, 19th, and 20th, 2008. To reserve a room now for the Cubs convention weekend, call the Hilton Chicago at 312-922-4400. Weekend passes are $50 and a limited number will go on sale Wednesday, November 7th at 10 a.m. on Cubs.com. And for more info, please call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com. Luke Scott supplying the Astros offense with a 2-out home run his first time up. He lifts this one high to right, but it will be caught by Monroe.
Well, I'll tell you, Len, that Cubs convention is always such a great event. It kind of really is the start of the baseball season, even more so than spring training. And can you imagine what a celebration it would be should the Cubs do what they set out to do this year?
Well, I'm thinking about that. Yeah, it'll be pretty special. I mean, it's like Beatlemania as it is. Wigginton grounded to second his first time and is 0 for 5 with a walk and a run in the series. Here's the pitch. It's a strike, 0-2. Both starters throwing a lot of strikes today. Wigginton's going to get an opportunity to basically be the Astros' third baseman for a while. Morgan Ensberg now with the Padres. Wigginton acquired from Tampa Bay. Base hit through the hole into left. Well, Lou Piniella before the ball game talking about the addition of Steve Traxel and the modified 6-man rotation.
You know, the guys that I have here have all done a nice job. So you don't want to just get to the point where somebody gets taken out of the rotation entirely just because you get a new pitcher. At the same time, Traxel's been through this type of experience before, and experience at this time of the year is important. We're going to play some teams that we would prefer to throw right-handers against as opposed to lefties, and we're trying to juggle this thing so it works out best for everybody. And right now it's a little muddled.
And muddled is not a bad thing. I mean, we've seen Lou and his staff throughout the year mix and match, put guys at different positions, play with the batting order a little bit. Seems like they settle on something they like, and then maybe a week later it's completely different. And I think because of the importance of this last month of the season, you have to put all the egos on the back burner. I'm sure Larry and Lou are going to check the matchups closely and figure out which starting pitcher on a given day is the guy that has the best chance to win.
Surrounded by Terrio, the throw will go to first and dug out by Derek Lee.
Nice play on both ends. I mean, the bottom line is winning baseball games, and if one pitcher, or whether it be a righty or a lefty, or in the case of Steve Traxel, an extensive history against some hitters in that opposing lineup, Lou's going to do what's right to give the Cubs the best chance to win a ball game on a given day. And you know, feelings have to be put away at this point in the season.
Well, for instance, the Dodgers are 23-16 against lefties, 47-48 versus righties. So that's why Steve Traxel will make his Cubs debut the second time around in that series. It's not a series where you want to have 3 out of the 4 be lefties. So the rotation has good balance and gives you options.
And like Jim Hendry told us the other day, knock on wood, you hope it never happens, but you know, you're a blown hamstring away from you know, needing a replacement in that rotation. That's the harsh reality of this game. Injuries do happen, and if indeed that should happen to be the case, at least the Cubs have that position covered a couple of different ways now.
The following series to start the next trip in Pittsburgh, the Pirates better against lefties than righties. Cardinals 2 over against lefties, 3 under against righties. Well, it seems like everybody does better against lefties than righties except the Cubs. Very odd. Atlanta, a team like that, 5 under versus lefties, 8 over versus right-handers. 2-2 pitch called strike 3. So Patton is out. The Astros are done. Wigginton left at second base. Still 1-1.
Flying out of Chicago Midway for business? Southwest Airlines isn't just for short flights anymore. We offer nonstop flights to LA, DC, Phoenix, Houston, Long Island, Philly, and dozens of other destinations. You wanted more nonstop flights for business, so we're flying more nonstops than ever before.
You are now free to move about the country.
Chill, tap, pop, snap, link, plug, lock, tap, fix, flex, grip, break, tip, tap, zip and slip, pump, core, gush, sink, trip, drain, draft and drink. Innovative, draft can, Heineken.
Summer means time for camping out, cooling off, and time for the GMC Summer Sell-Down. The best time for the best selection of 07 models, like an 07 Sierra with best-in-class fuel economy and the best coverage in America.
The GMC Summer Sell-Down. Get $2,000 cash back when you purchase any 07 Yukon XL, plus an additional $4,000 on select Yukon XL models in inventory since 11/11/06. Visit GMCDrive.com.
Time now for a GMC Sports Update.
Hi, everyone. Gail Fisher with you. More Cubs baseball in just a moment. But first, a quick look at some college football scores from this afternoon. Northwestern taking care of business, beating Northeastern right now 24-0. That game in the third quarter. But how about this? At the Big House, Appalachian State coming in and taking a lead over number 5 Michigan. 28-20 is the score right now in the third quarter. Some good football games going on, but baseball is the name of the game here on Comcast. Let's go back to Wrigley Field with Len and Bob.
All right, Gail, it's been a pitcher's duel to this point, and good to see what Jason Marquis has done, but I want to see the offense do a little bit more here against Troy Patton.
I speculated that perhaps the second time through the lineup they'd have a little better idea of what Patton was going to try to do. We'll see how it goes the remainder of the way. I'm very impressed with the young man. He seems to have a good idea what he's doing out there and spotting this pitch as well. Got to find a way to break through.
Just 2 days before his 22nd birthday, and he's making his second major league start and appearance. Bugs Bunny in the house.
Double B.
Called strike on Kendall.
Another thing you have to like about Patton, I'm sure the Astros like it, he's been on 2 championship teams already in his very young career in the minor leagues. You love those guys that have the opportunity to play on winning teams, even though it's the minor leagues, to go through a pennant race, to play in those big games at the end of the season and ultimately come home with the trophy. That's an experience you like to have for your youngsters before they get to the major league level.
Kendall hit by a pitch. Taking a page out of Craig Biggio's book. Something Jason's always been good at.
And that just defies the survival instinct. Everything in the world should tell Jason Kendall, get the heck out of the way, but he just pulls his elbow in close to his body to protect that elbow, takes it off the shoulder, and runs on down to first base.
So 1-2 Biggio and Kendall on the active list.
Now they lead the majors in ice bags.
So the leadoff man has reached for the second time against Patton, who was a teammate of Kobe Clemens, Rogers' oldest son, on a 10-year-old select team back in Texas. Bouncer foul past Matt Sinatro. Patton went to Tomball High School, as we mentioned, and he went 10-0 his senior year. He threw 3 no-hitters, including a perfect game.
His high school team his senior year finished the season 31-3. I want to know who pitched those other 3 games.
What I want to know is how do you, I would think it's tougher to scout high school games than it is college games. I mean, every level you go up, the competition gets better. And that's why it's a bigger risk to take a high school player, especially in the first round, and hand them a ton of money. Because theoretically it's going to take them longer to get to the big league level. But you see some numbers. I mean, we talk about guys, well, he hit .560 his senior year in high school. I guess you look for those tools still, right?
Yeah, you look for tools. I mean, obviously at college level the competition is much better. You weed out some of the guys from the high school level who can't move up to the next step. Yeah, so obviously it's a little bit easier to gauge a college guy. He's a little more mature physically and mentally. Get him, son.
There was a battle for Lee. He was able to make the catch, and I'm sure he's getting a lot of help from the fans in the bleachers right behind him. He's always been really popular here at Wrigley Field, even going back to his White Sox days, because, of course, he never gets a hit against the Cubs, right?
Yeah, right. I'll tell you, that was a pretty nice play by Carlos Lee. You know, you kind of take for granted, well, he's a big league outfielder. That's an easy play. But you could see how he angled his body and continued to stay away from where the ball was going to come down to keep it out of the sun.
Marquis bunts. Wigginton might have had a play at second base, but he didn't want to take any chances. Then we had the easy play at first. It's a successful sacrifice for Marquis. By the way, Carlos Lee in his career, .318 with 20 home runs against the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, if Wigginton comes up and goes throwing right now to second base, they got plenty of time to get Jason Kendall right there. So you need some help from your catcher. Brad Ausmus coming out from behind home plate, can see the entire play in front of him. He knows when Wigginton picks up the ball. He knows where the runner is between first and second. I think Wigginton may have just made up his mind he was going to get the sure out at first base and not risk that throw to second.
And I think considering they've already committed 2 errors behind their rookie, didn't want to put him behind the 8 ball again. So the go-ahead run is a second base. Soriano looks at ball 1 on a fastball.
I'll tell you, Patton is messing around in a dangerous territory. He's missed down and in a couple times in this game already to Alfonso Soriano, and we know what a deadly low ball hitter he is, especially on the inside part of the plate.
A good patience by Soriano. He walked in the 3rd inning. Now in a 2-1 count in the 5th. No hits in the inning. Kendall got on when he was hit by a pitch. Here he comes again. Pulled foul. Up. Ausmus has room to make the catch. So we've played 5 complete here in game 2 of this series. It's 1-1.
Fellas, leave the tight pads to the ladies. If I can count the coins in your pocket, you better use them to call a tailor. Stay thirsty, my friends.
Plan your next corporate or social function in one of Wrigley Field's private party accommodations. Wrigley Field offers a variety of private catered opportunities to host and impress your group. The Mezzanine Suites, presented by Nuveen Investments, has 4 convenient rental plans to fit all budgets and needs. For larger parties of 75 to 100, the Batter's Eye Lounge, located in the center field Bud Light bleachers, provides a unique view of the game. All private party accommodations provide generous food and beverage packages as well as VIP parking. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
Beginning September 9th, the Bears are back from hibernation, and only Comcast Sportsnet will have the most in-depth coverage of the monsters of the Midway. It all begins September 9th, only on Comcast Sportsnet, a Chicago Bears fan's best friend this season.
During the Pontiac Summer Sell-Down, you can get more than just some sun. Get more horsepower than any import under 18 grand, and still get 33 on the highway. Get more horsepower and better highway fuel economy than Scion TC. And with every 2007 Pontiac, you get more coverage than anyone in America.
During the Pontiac Summer Selldown, choose 0 APR or $3,000 total customer cash on any 2007 Torrent. Hurry, inventory limited. For more information, visit PontiacDrive.com.
Fellas, leave the tight pads to the ladies. If I can count the coins in your pocket, you better use them to call a tailor. Stay thirsty, my friends.
Tonight, don't miss the excitement of Pac-10 football on Comcast Sportsnet as John David Booty leads the top-ranked USC Trojans in a showdown with the Idaho Vandals. USC Idaho live in HD tonight at 9:15 right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. We're in the 6th inning. It's been a good duel between Marquis and Patton. Fouled away by Pence to the right. Starters tomorrow, Woody Williams for Houston, Rich Hill for the Cubs. Soriano on the move. He has it.
The deeper you get into a tie ball game, the importance of retiring that leadoff hitter becomes just the utmost. Especially a guy like Hunter Pence who can run well, score from first base on an extra base hit, perhaps steal a base. You get that lead off, man, it really limits what the opposing manager can do as far as trying to manufacture a run.
Back out of play is Chris Burke in an 0-2 hole. Let's check in on today's Comcast Sportsnet poll question. As we hit the final month, what will be the most important factor for the Cubs in September? The starting rotation, the bullpen, the offense, or the schedule? 1 for rotation, 2 for bullpen, 3 for offense, 4 for schedule. Cubs have a pretty favorable schedule. The only team they'll play the rest of the way with a winning record currently, the Los Angeles Dodgers. Brewers winning last night, evening up their season mark at 67 and 67. The Cubs don't play them anymore. Cardinals are 1 under. Cubs 3 over. Only team in the 6 club central that's over 500. Whereas the West, 4 of the 5 teams have winning records. Got him. Called strike 3.
Perfectly executed backdoor sinker that time from Jason Marquis, just off the outside corner, moves back toward the plate. And Jason Kendall that time catches that pitch up in the webbing of the glove, trying to keep the rest of the catcher's mitt as close to the strike zone as he can to make the pitch look better than it really is.
Well, he's handled Berkman to this point. Berkman 0 for 2, although he hit a ball really hard, lined out to Derek Lee in his first at bat. And now 19 for 33 in his career against Marquis. 0-2. How about this one? Marquis has not lost back-to-back starts all year, coming off a defeat at Arizona. The Cubs have won 7 of his last 8 starts at home, going back to June 14th against Seattle. Overall in the season, the Cubs are 17-10 when Marquis takes the baseball.
Jason Marquis stealing a page out of the Ted Lilly handbook, trying to throw that backdoor slider with 2 strikes, get Berkman to give up on the pitch and try to nip that outside corner. Fans are busy today behind home plate. All the balls fouled right back over the screen.
Two and two on Berkman.
Berkman going back for a little extra rosin. You remember last at bat he threw one out into shallow right field when he was fooled by an off-speed pitch. You better hold on to those chips tight. Oh, it's Cracker Jacks. You better really hold on to that tight. And Dave Cella tends to get hungry about this time of the ball game.
No, he's not on camera right now, but he is currently crushing Cracker Jack. The payoff pitch lifted in the air deep to left center, but it's going to stay in, and it's Alfonso Soriano about 3 feet in front of the wall. It's a 1-1 tie. Terrio, Lee, and Ramirez due up.
It's the Chevy Model Year-End event, and now we're making it easy for you to choose your new Chevy. Just click and go to find great offers on 07 cars, trucks, and SUVs online 24/7. But you've got to decide. Then get to your dealer before yours is gone at the Chevy Model Year-End event. Qualified lessees can get a low-mileage lease on an 07 Impala 1LT for around $199 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details. Click on ChevyDriveChicago.com. Then see your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
Pat Boyle and Mark Chanelski every night at 6:30 and 10 on Comcast Sportsnet.
We've got all of Chicago's sports news, highlights, and interviews. Your local sports leader.
Sports Night, the right spot for Chicago sports.
When the subject is trucks, you gotta know how to work it. Quad City Spring is all over that. When you need organizing systems for pickups and vans, and Adrian Steel custom setups are your mandatory upgrades, Quad City Spring gets the call. Ladder racks, toolboxes, towing, and truck accessories, we've got you covered. When the subject is trucks, Quad City Spring knows how you want to get it done. Got a truck? Work it, baby. Quad City Spring, 34th Street and River Drive, Moline.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
Sports Night, every night, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Time now for the Coors Light Cold Blast to the booth. Liz Byers emails us from Carroll Stream, Illinois. Hi, Len and Bob. I'm off to today's Cubs game with my friend, but I'm leaving my kids and husband Mike at home. If you get a chance during the broadcast, please remind my kids, Peter and Billy, that I said bedrooms better be clean before you watch the game. I know they'll be watching. Thanks, Liz. So Mom left Dad and the kids at home.
And just in case you didn't listen to her the first time, we're just reminding you, make sure it's clean before she gets home. You know, Len, all the controversy, I guess, is probably a little bit too strong of a word to talk about Soriano's return to the lineup and should he hit leadoff or should Ryan Theriot hit leadoff. And this is a perfect illustration that it's not that big of a deal. Really, other than the first inning of the ball game, there's no guarantee that that leadoff man is going to be leading off innings all afternoon. Here's Ryan Theriot leading off this inning. I think it's more important to just try to assemble your lineup so you get some guys on base ahead of the guys who you expect to drive in runs, whether that be via base hits or base on balls or getting hit by pitch. Try to get the guys on base ahead of your guys that you anticipate driving in the runs. And as that lineup rolls over, it could be different people in different spots.
Hi, Carlos. He's kind of getting into that Ron Santo look.
I mean, the leaves turn colors in the fall, and looks like Carlos's hair is beginning to turn a little bit too.
Easy play for Scott and right. Well, by and large, lineup configuration has been statistically proven to be overrated. I mean, over the course of an entire season, you generally want your best hitters to get as many at-bats as possible. There was one theory, why not hit Barry Bonds first a few years ago, because he got on base so much, but the idea of having people getting on base in front of him so he can knock in runs also makes a lot of sense. The one I did not agree with was hitting Bonds cleanup when he was hitting over 70 home runs a year, and his on base was ridiculous. He was slugging like .830. To me, he's got a bat in the first inning, but other than that, in the case of Soriano, he's just simply the most comfortable batting first. And Lou tried him in the third and fifth spots a little bit, and in the end he just decided, you know what, he's my #1 guy. And as you said earlier, that doesn't mean that Alfonso is going to bat first for the rest of his Cubs career. He may not even bat first the rest of this year, because Lou always reserves the right to change his mind. And if the Cubs continue to struggle offensively like they have, there will be changes made, whether it's moving guys in the lineup or plugging in other players.
You know, and I think also the argument, Len, about, well, look at his numbers as a leadoff hitter. He doesn't do good in the 3 and 5 hole, but the sample size is so small. The overwhelming majority of his ABs have been as a leadoff hitter. Derek Lee with a clean line drive into right field for a base hit. Yeah, so I don't think that's a great argument either. I mean, I think you said it right. That's where he feels comfortable. That's not necessarily carved in stone that he will always be a leadoff hitter, but for right now at this stage of his career, that's where he feels comfortable. I don't think it's going to alter his style if you happen to move him down in the order anyway. He's going to be the same kind of hitter he's always been.
It's fun to talk about. It's a fun baseball conversation. And, I mean, the other thing you do is you try to look at on-base percentage, and if you look solely at that, he's not your best option in that spot. With the slugging he has, he is probably better suited to be a 4 or 5 hitter, and you have a cleanup guy already in Ramos Ramirez.
Well, the reality of Alfonso Soriano is he's a multifaceted player. He can do a lot of things very well. But coming back from a leg injury, running is not one of them. So rather than put him in the leadoff spot where you like.
That one is deep to left for Ramirez. Gone! 3-1. Number 19 to tie Soriano for the team lead. Number 139 as a Chicago Cub. He passes Leon Durham for 12th on the all-time franchise list. He had to put a dent in that baseball.
Wow. Both home runs in this game. The one by Luke Scott back in the second inning, and this one by Ramos Ramirez. Screaming line drive homers. And once again, I wasn't sure that ball was high enough to get out of here, but he got about halfway up the bleachers in straightaway left field.
Give him 82 RBIs. Craig Monroe bounces foul.
Just to complete that thought about Soriano, speed is a big part of his game, and right now it is not part of his game. So rather than put him in the leadoff spot where he's going to need to use that speed and need to run the bases a lot more than he would if he was down lower in the lineup, that's the only reason I thought perhaps Lou might slide him down until he proved that his leg was close to 100%. He was able to steal bases again. He was able to score from first on a double again, and then slide him back up into that top hole.
One and two on Monroe. Again, I think it's more coincidence than anything, but Ryan Theriot has cooled off since he's moved down a spot. Well, we'll see. You and I talk to Lou pretty much every day, and we know that the wheels are always spinning. He's constantly writing out different combinations of lineups. As Monroe strikes out, he's been trying to get a set lineup all year, but the inconsistency of this offense has not allowed him to do that. Sure helps when you get 2-run homers, however, which he just got from Aramis Ramirez. Chris Sampson, former starter, back off the disabled list, now in the Astros bullpen. Well, as aesthetically pleasing as small ball is, when you get those home runs that drive in more than one, it sure makes you breathe easier.
I'm sure it's making Jason Marquis breathe a little easier in that Cubs dugout. He's pitched an outstanding ball game today and was on the borderline of walking away with a no decision.
That was the first Cubs home run with a runner on base since Darrell Ward hit that grand slam against the Cardinals at the end of the last homestand. Actually, it wasn't even at the end of the homestand. It was on a Saturday, August 18th, as DeRosa got hit.
A breaking ball from Patton. Tries to throw it over the inside corner and break it down and in. He's up to 85 pitches now in the ball game as Sampson continues to warm up down in the Astros bullpen. Dave Wallace, the pitching coach, will make a quick trip to the mound here. Doing that hard slider over the middle of the plate, tried to break it down and in and get the swing and a miss, and DeRosa just held his ground, and actually that pad he has on his left shin came in handy right there. It looked like the ball hit him on the outside of that pad.
Second Cub to be hit in the last 2 innings. Kendall was grazed in the 5th. Off the outside corner.
If he throws another pitch out there, I look for Jason Kendall to try to shoot it through that hole on the right side. Berkman holding on DeRosa. Burke shading up the middle of the field on Jason Kendall. A lot of room to work with on the right side.
With that home run, Aramis hitting .333 in the month of September, 1 for 3. He hit .301 in August. He hit .351 in July. You go back to June, .375. In fact, only 1 month this year as he hit under .300. That was in May. He hit .275. So he's been extremely consistent all season. We've talked about his slow starts, but that was not the case this year.
talking about how aesthetically pleasing small ball can be. The way I look at it is home runs, especially multiple run home runs, are what you like to have. Small ball is what you have to have. There are times during the course of the season, especially as you get into the last month and ideally into the postseason, where you have to execute the fundamentals of the game. You have to be able to get down a sacrifice bunt. You have to be able to make contact on a hit and run play. You know, everybody likes 2- and 3-run home runs, but you have to be able to do the other things.
Well, and then part of the reason is the pitching gets a lot better in a postseason. I mean, you kind of erase a 5th starter and in that short series, the 4th starter. So you're basically seeing the top 3 guys, plus their best bullpen pitchers. So runs are tougher to come by. Rosa was going on the 3-2, but Luke Scott will retire Jason Kendall. Aramis Ramirez with a laser into the left field bleachers. A go-ahead 2-run shot, and the Cubs lead for the first time today, 3-1.
Cordially invited to the event from Lexus. The summer sales event where you'll find unexpected values on the Lexus you've always wanted. But like summer, it won't last forever. The event, now through September 4th. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Try Arby's new toasted subs. Whether it's the French dip and twist, the classic Italian, turkey bacon club, or the Philly beef, they're toasted to perfection, and they'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Letting up, folks, so you might want to get home with those air conditioners.
At the end of a long, hot day, grab the beer that starts out cold and ends up refreshing. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Critics are wild about 3:10 to Yuma, a masterpiece. Spine-tingling. Christian Bale and Russell Crowe are unbelievable. One of the best movies of the year. From the director of Walk the Line. This town's gonna burn! 3:10 to Yuma. Rated R. Sneak previews tomorrow. Everywhere September 7th.
Tonight, Chicago Fire Soccer plays on Comcast Sportsnet. Tamo Blanco and the Fire are out for a big road victory when they square off with a Red Bull in New York. Fire Red Bull tonight at 6:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
When the Cubs game is over, stay tuned for Cubs postgame live on Comcast Sportsnet. All the interviews and press conferences, in-depth game highlights, and Dan Plesek breaks down all the action. Cubs postgame live after the game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Coming up tonight at 6 on Sports Night, presented by the AT&T Real Yellow Pages, a college football roundup and a recap of the Astros and Cubs. Join Carrie Sayers for Sports Night, presented by AT&T Real Yellow Pages, tonight at 6, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Carlos Lee has not been the Cubs fans' best friend. I mentioned the numbers, well over 300 in his career against the Northsiders, former member of the White Sox and Brewers, and a leadoff double will bring the tying run to the plate. We're in the 7th. Cubs leading for the first time in the series.
And a rare mistake in this ball game by Jason Marquis. That looked like a little cut fastball, maybe a slider. He was trying to work to the outside part of the plate. It just hung up on the inside part. Carlos Lee hooked it down into that left field corner. Yeah, normally this is a situation where Mark Loretta would automatically hit that ball to the right side of the infield to move Carlos Lee onto third base. But trailing by 2 runs, he may try to take a shot to the bleachers himself.
Our 7th inning stretch will be handled today by our good friend Dan Plesek. Lee will get to third, and a grounder to short. Ball was hit behind the runner. And who does a great analysis on Cubs pre and post game live. Does a little spring training work with us as well, and he is very, very nervous. Three-time All-Star, 18 years in the big leagues, facing guys like Bonds. No problem singing the 7th inning stretch here. I mean, we saw him. He popped in the 2nd inning, and he looked nervous. He'll be great if he doesn't pass out. Here you go, Dan.
Breathe.
That.
Breathe. He's just nervous because he did 2 sets at the Holiday Inn Lounge last night. He's not sure his voice is up to it today.
One and one on Scott. Pretty good looking hitter. Carlos Marmol in the bullpen. Luke Scott with just over 300 at bats, but 16 home runs. And that'll get the run in as DeRosa backs up and throws out Scott. 2 down. Scott with both RBIs. It's now 3-2.
Cubs conceding that run all the way, playing back. They'll trade an out for a run right here with a 2-run lead at the time. And he just chugs on home. You could feel the earth shake as he came down that third baseline.
Ty Wigginton way out in front. The Cubs wives' 5th annual food drive today raised $3,385 and over 12,000 pounds of food for the Lakeview Pantry.
Nicely done.
Nice going, fans. Appreciate all the help. It's a great event. Will Oman also up along with Marmol. We talked about it earlier. We're going to throw Ullman right back into the fray against lefties.
That's one where a hitter just says, "Get off me, ball." Jason Marquis threw a real good sinker about belt high, running in on the knuckles of Ty Wigginton. "Get off me, ball." That ball hits about 3 inches above his hands.
Upstairs, 1-2. Brewers home tonight, hosting the Pirates. Left-hander Shane Newman against right-hander Dave Bush. Jason Marquis, a pretty good area with a pitch count.
Very manageable pitch count. Excuse me, Len.
And a base hit to left, keeping the inning alive.
When Jason Marquis pitches and is able to keep his pitch count at a reasonable level, it's a combination of things. Number one, he's throwing quality pitches around the edges of the strike zone, and number two, the other team is being aggressive, and they have been swinging at a lot of early count pitches against Jason Marquis today.
Mike Lamb is going to bat for Brad Ausmus. And Lou Piniella is up. He's going to head out. Now, wait a second.
Well, a little gamesmanship here. I mean, now, technically, Mike Lamb has been announced as the pinch hitter. Only right now. And Lou wanted to make sure before he made his way out there to the mound that indeed Lamb was going to be the hitter. There's a very specific protocol about putting players into a ball game and when they're officially in the game. And that time Lamb had not been officially announced until Larry Vanover, the home plate umpire, pointed to the score and pointed at Mike Lamb and said he was going to be the pinch hitter.
Well, you had the lefty Ullman along with the righty Marmol up. He's going to go with Marmol against Lamb. And a good hand for Jason Marquis. We'll be back. We're in the 7th.
The 2007 Chevy Equinox with 5-star front and side crash safety ratings. And now every Equinox comes with something Ford and Toyota don't. The best coverage in America, including the GM 100,000-mile warranty. Get a Chevy crossover, the 07 Equinox, starting at $19,865 after cash back. Come in before the Equinox you want is gone. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today.
Kenny, I need 50 pounds of roast beef.
Sorry, Pat. We're all out.
No, don't give me that. What, did your wife wolf it down for breakfast? That came out wrong. Look, look at me. I mean, we probably weigh this.
The network you can trust, AT&T. Buy any phone and get up to 4 free.
Bold, powerful, unique. Of all Nissan's lines, this is the one you've been waiting for. The bottom line. The once-a-year sales event with great model year-end deals on every capable Nissan sport utility vehicle and minivan. Like a $249 per month lease on either the Nissan Murano or Pathfinder. Get to your Nissan dealer now. This event ends September 4th, and that's the bottom line.
Spell simplicity.
Simplicity. F-E-L-D-C-O.
Close enough.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Carlos Marmol's on. 2 outs. The Astros with a run in. A runner at first, Ty Wigginton. And pinch hitter Mike Lamb takes a slider for a strike.
Just goofy numbers for Carlos Marmol this season.
There's a drive down the right field line. That ball is hooking, and it is foul. I could feel a big uh-oh in the crowd here. It sounded good off the bat, but Lamb was out in front.
Yeah, made that noise, but he was out in front far enough to hook it foul. He does have a couple of pinch hit home runs this season.
Way outside. Ullman is still loosening in the pen. Orlando Palmeiro's on deck for Patton. A tight one here at Wrigley. 3-2 Cubs in the 7th. The pitch. Golf tie in the air. Shallow right. Monroe coming on. Stretch time with Dan Plesac.
Today's guest conductor for Take Me Out to the Ball Game, former Cubs pitcher and Comcast baseball analyst Dan Plesac.
All right, Cub fans, it's September. The Cubs are in first and plan on staying there. On 1, on 2, on 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back, or it's root for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Go Cubs!
It's the Chevy Model Year-End event. And now, getting the Cobalt you want is easy. Just click and go online 24/7 to check out great offers. Pick your model, pick your color, but you better do it now. Then get to your dealer before yours is gone. The Chevy Model Year-End event. Get this fuel-efficient 07 Cobalt Sedan LS starting at $13,640 after cash back. Click on ChevyDriveChicago.com. See your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealer.
Gush, sink, trip, train, draft and drink. Innovative draft Heineken.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by LoCheck, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police.
Eric Munson now catching. And his battery mate is Chris Sampson. Dan Plesac with us. You faker. You acted like you were all nervous and everything. You nailed it. Nice job.
I amazed myself. I'll tell you what, though. Last year, first game of the Crosstown Series when Bob was in Arizona and I sat in, was horrified. I told Bob, I had the worst complex that between innings you were going to keel over, and I didn't know CPR. You would not want to leave me up here solo.
Oh, you nailed it. And Jock Jones nails one. Deep right center, and it's going to stay in. I think he thought he got it, but Scott made the catch. Well, that sounded good, too.
Yeah, the wind blowing almost straight in from right center field now. Had to knock that ball down. Jock hit this ball about as good as you can hit one. Middle of the plate fastball. Got it on the barrel of the bat. Just got out there to the warning track and feathered into the glove of Luke Scott.
Mike Fontenot is going to bat for Marmol. Let's talk about you, Dan. You're 6th on the all-time games pitched list, 1,064. That has to feel pretty good. I mean, over 1,000 career appearances.
Well, we had a rule. I know. I told you if I ever played for you, I had a couple of things that I would not do. I would not pitch if the wind was blowing out, and never came in with the bases loaded, nobody out.
Other than that, you were good to go.
Other than that, I was good to go.
Everything else is gravy.
Well, only 12 pitchers in the history of the game have thrown at least 1,000 games.
One thing, in all seriousness, that I really tried to pride myself on was to be available, and learned a very valuable lesson early on in my career. I was with Milwaukee, and it was the end of my rookie season, and we were on the end of a West Coast trip with about 2 weeks left, and Robin Yount had just gotten an injection for turf toe. And I remember standing out in the outfield shagging fly balls and asked him, "Are you going to play tonight?" And he said, "Of course I'm going to play tonight." He said, "Did you ever, when you were in school, fake like you were sick? And then your mom and dad would go to school, and you'd stay home and enjoy a day off?" He said, "That's how it is in baseball. When you find out how easy it is to take a day off, you'll start doing it over and over again." So it was a lesson learned.
Soriano pops it foul and back out of play. How about your time with the Cubs? This had to be a thrill for you.
I wish I could have. It just would have been better timing. I was having some problems with my shoulder at the time. It was right at the tail end of my years with Milwaukee. And, I was kind of making that adjustment from a closer to a setup guy to a left-handed specialist. It was kind of frightening at times. You could play this game for a long time, but when you start to have some injuries and your fastball shortens up and you have to learn different tricks and you have to learn how to pitch at the big league level, and it's not really that easy. And you learn how to throw your breaking ball for strikes. You learn how to make your fastball look a little bit better than it is, elevating it a little bit more, changing speeds, throwing the ball inside more.
Off the glove of Loretta and a base hit for Soriano.
But it's fun, the first couple of years, and that's why I get a kick out of watching a young guy like Rich Hill. He's going through. I thought this last start was a huge start for him. It's probably the biggest game that he's pitched in his young career. And he's got a chance to be a very special pitcher. And it was nice to see him calm and relaxed. And there's no substitute. What he's able to do this next 29 games hopefully will carry over for the next couple of years. He's got a chance to pitch in a pennant drive where the games mean something. There's not a lot of margin for error. I thought that was a huge start by Rich Hill the other night.
And let's be honest, Dan, you know this as well as I do. In this game, you tend to get pigeonholed. And if a young player happens to struggle down the stretch in a close playoff race, you know, suddenly the whispering starts around baseball. Can't pitch in a big game. You know, he's not the guy you want on the mound in a big game. And obviously the opposite can certainly be true too. You go out there and deal and bring home a win, and suddenly you're a big game pitcher.
There are a lot of guys, you know, through the last 25 to 30 years in baseball that have made a name for themselves or made themselves very marketable because they're good pitchers the second half of the season. Look at David Wells. You know, his post record speaks for itself, and there's always going to be a team that's going to be in a need, whether you're right-handed or left-handed. If you've been battle tested and you've been successful, when it gets dicey in September, there's going to be a place for you to play.
Runner at first with 2 outs is Soriano.
Let me ask you the stupidest question ever. Don't you wish you would have known what you knew at the end of your career? I mean, as far as how to set up a hitter, how to play the game, how to be a good teammate when you first broke into the major leagues. Wouldn't that have made everything easier?
It would have been night and day.
Can you hang with us for a few minutes
Absolutely.
here, Dan? Got to have you in here. I think Bob Howery's coming in to pitch. You can dissect him a little bit as you do on the post-game show. 3-2 Cubs. We'll be back.
Free to move about the country.
Dex, I need an internet cafe. Surf and Perk. It's open 24 hours.
Dex, I broke a heel.
Oh, love your souls. 5 blocks down. Repairs while you wait.
There you are. Dex, I need to find Millinger's Flower Shop.
Chestnut and Browning. Can't miss it.
Dex, you know everything. Come on.
Oh, no.
The AT&T Real Yellow Pages, published by Dex, your most complete local info.
Now time for the sharp Aquas detail of the game. The Cubs were able to tie it. Ryan Theriot doubled in the second inning. Alfonso Soriano would not have had a chance to score, but Hunter Pence's throw got past both cutoff men. And Soriano able to get in there with an unearned run to tie it. A sharp Aquas detail of the game. Heads up base running as he took a look at the play. Cubs would then take the lead on the Aramis Ramirez 2-run homer in the 6th. The Astros with 1 back in the 7th. But it's Bob Howery now here in the 8th inning. Dan Plesac with us. He'll be on Cubs post-game live after the ball game. Bob asked you about if you knew then what you know now.
Oh, we were just talking in the break. Pete Vukovich, a very well-respected pitching coach and a teammate of mine in Milwaukee. One day we were working out. He said, have you ever thrown a 2-2 fastball for a ball to intentionally set up a 3-2 curveball or slider? And I looked at him. I thought, you got to be out of your mind. I don't want to go 3 balls on anybody. And towards the last 4 or 5 years of my career facing a tough left-handed hitter, I don't know how many times intentionally you throw a fastball to a lefty, 2 balls, 2 strikes, up and away, change the eye level, throw a 3-2 breaking ball, throw it for a strike, you'll get him looking 7 out of 10 times.
1-0 the count on Eric Munson, who gets his first at bat. There's a high pop fly. Soriano has the shades that flip downs today, and he's in foul territory and makes a catch. Well, you bring up a very interesting point. There have been some people who say Carlos Marmol should be the Cubs closer. Now, a lot of that conversation has been quieted by the way Ryan Dempster has pitched. But let's go back to the last game against Milwaukee. As good as Carlos is, Ryan Dempster was told to intentionally walk Prince Fielder, but then he did not give in to Corey Hart, even though he knew that if he walked in a run, this place was going to get very, very nervous. He got the best possible matchup in facing Kevin Mensch. Now, I'm not saying that Marmol wouldn't have done that, but that takes experience, doesn't it, to understand, look, I can walk in a run here, but the bottom line is we still can win the ball game.
One thing you can't teach is experience, and Carlos Marmol is learning on the job. He's getting away right now with some mistakes because his stuff is so good. He works a lot around a lot of breaking balls at times. You know, at times he gets a little bit slider happy throwing a couple in a row. His stuff is so good right now that he gets away with mistakes. But I think the way this bullpen is set up right now, they're a much better bullpen with Marmol and Howry taking care of that 7th and 8th inning and letting Dempster, who's done really a good job in the 9th. And it takes a little bit of the guesswork away. When the phone rings down there in the 7th and the 8th, the guys know where they're coming in, what their responsibilities are. And I think, I mean, I'm biased being a relief pitcher, but I think Carlos Marmol's emergence in June is the single most important reason why this team is in first place. This bullpen was in chaos the early part of the season. He's brought a calm to it, and what a weapon you have that you can bring him in against right-handers, left-handers. He's been lights out.
1-2 on Pence as Howry tries to put him away. And Bob and I have talked about it many times. Nobody on this entire staff locates a fastball better than the guy on the mound right now.
You know, Bobby had some difficult times in April and May, but one thing you will have to say, this guy will take the ball. He's not afraid to pitch. He's not afraid after a couple of bad outings. He's willing to tell the manager, put me back in there. And I knew that he was going to work his way through this. He's been successful in the past. And I tell you what, he's been a big part of why this bullpen, you know, you're looking at April and May. This Cub team lost so many games in April and May that you thought, can they keep coming back from this? They kept coming back, kept coming back. Now you've got a bullpen in order that's as good as any bullpen in this league right now.
A 1-run lead in the 8th. Marmol got the final out of the 7th. Foul back to the screen. How are the horses?
Horses are good. Actually, I have a pretty nice young horse, a 2-year-old named Dr. McSteamy. That so far so good. He looks like I'm going to do some damage with the doctor.
All right. Very nice.
Actually, what I'm planning on doing, if I buy another yearling this fall, I came up with a great name, Lennon Bob.
Ooh. Oh, okay. That's all one word?
All one word.
All one word. Ready for a 2-2. Another fastball and another foul.
I loved Bob's line the other night when Jason Kendall was trying to leg out that hit down first base. He said, all these catchers, they run like they're not at the ground.
Well, I'd had that line used on me before. That's why it popped into my head immediately. He's not running fast, but he's running hard.
Another 2-2, and Pence have a weak swing on a slider, and it'll be caught by Jock Jones. A 2 down, and it'll be Chris Burke with nobody on. Jason Marquis today, Bob, 6 2/3, 81 pitches. He was very efficient. Nothing wrong with getting him out when Lou Piniella did. Maybe you can save those bullets for a start later this month.
I thought this was one of his best starts in a while. His stuff was really crisp. He didn't make very many mistakes over the heart of the plate where the Astros could get real good swings at him. Working in a real good rhythm, and as I said earlier, the Astros I think did him a favor today, swinging at a lot of early pitches. But that's because he was around the plate.
Broken bat fly. Soriano there. Dan, you're headed back to the studio.
Headed back to the studio. I got a couple of runs for you. You guys bring it home from here.
Sounds good. 3-2 Cubs.
Introducing the Cadillac Summer Event. Right now at your Cadillac dealer, you can experience the best Cadillac has to offer and 0% APR financing across all models. The best part about summer? It's here.
Visit your Chicagoland area Cadillac dealer for this attractive offer.
When the subject is trucks, you've got to know how to work it. Quad City Spring is all over that. When you need organizing systems for pickups and vans, and Adrian Steel custom setups are your mandatory upgrades, Quad City Spring gets the call. Ladder racks, toolboxes, towing, and truck accessories, we've got you covered. When the subject is trucks, Quad City Spring knows how you want to get it done. Got a truck? Work it, baby. Quad City Spring, 34th Street and River Drive, Moline.
Organize your life with help from Menards. Keep everything organized with Rubbermaid storage totes. A 14-gallon rough tote or a clear 28-quart tote are both on sale. Your choice, $2.99 after rebate. Plano resin shelving is on sale. It easily snaps together in 2 minutes. This 2-shelf unit is $5.99. A 3-shelf model is $8.99. A 4-shelf unit is $12.99. Other sizes also on sale. Helping you get organized this Labor Day weekend. Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Time now for a Cadillac Sports Update.
Hi, everyone. Gail Fisher with you. More Cubs baseball in a moment. But first, a quick look at what we have for you today on Comcast Sportsnet. After the game, it's Cubs Post-Game Live with Lou Pinella's post-game press conference. At 3:30, it's Pac-10 football with UCLA and Stanford in progress. At 6 p.m., it's Sports Night with Kerry Sayers. And at 6:30, it's the Fire taking on the Red Bull New York. Then at 9:15, the #1 team in the country, USC, hosting Idaho in Pac-10 football. Now, more Cubs baseball with Len and Bob.
Gail, thank you. And Chris Sampson in his second inning of work as the Cubs try to tack on in the 8th. Ryan Dempster will get ready for the 9th in the bullpen. Derek Lee looks at ball 1. Sampson, by the way, just activated from the 15-day disabled list. He was on with a right elbow sprain.
Sampson, a sinker slider pitcher, hard biting sinker down and into the right-handed hitters. That last pitch that Derek Lee just fouled off his foot was a hard sinker.
This is his second relief appearance of 2007. There's a drive for Derek Lee. Out of here. Way out. 4-2. He snapped an 0 for 12 in the 6th with a single and cranks one out in the 8th.
It seems like it's been a month since Derek Lee got a pitch on the inside part of the plate. That time Sampson threw him a cement mixer slider. It just hung right over the inside part for him. That's good to see. That wasn't just a home run. That was a blast. That ball was deep into the bleachers, just to the left of center field.
#16th overall, number 12 at home. Ramirez with a base hit. Remember, he gave the Cubs the lead with a 2-run home run in the 6th.
Now watch the location of this pitch from Sampson. It's supposed to be down and away. That ball stays right over the inside part of the plate. I'll tell you, Derek sees so few pitches in there. His eyes had to light up when he saw that one on a tee for him. Way back into the bleachers.
And Darrell Ward will bat for Craig Monroe.
We mentioned it on the air last night, and I told you, Len, talking to Ron Santo the other day about, where's the offense, where's the power, where are the home runs, and the conclusion we came to was they're still there. These guys are still capable of putting up big numbers offensively and hitting the ball out of the ballpark, and wouldn't it make things a lot easier down the stretch if everybody got hot with the long ball?
And that absolutely can happen. This is a little subtle thing. Before today, with a 25-man active roster, you still might have seen Lou Piniella pinch hit Darrell Ward for Craig Monroe. But you don't even have to really think about it with the expanded rosters, because basically Ward will pinch hit. We'll probably see Felix P.A. come in and play defense in the 9th inning. In fact, if Ward reaches, we'll probably see a pinch runner. But you can go 2 for 1 in September.
Absolutely, and you can bait and switch the opposing manager as well. For example, you send Darrell Ward up there to pinch hit. If Cecil Cooper went to his left-hander right here, you could immediately go to another right-handed bat. You can use a player just to get a matchup that's more desirable for your team. Now, of course, you're burning a player in the process, but when you've got a deep bench, you can do that.
Cubs have 9 available players off the bench. They have used Fontenot and Ward. Sharply hit, knocked down, but it squirts away from Burke. Everybody's safe, and we'll see if Darrell Ward will come out for a pinch runner after that pinch hit single. And it will be Felix P.A.
Well, this dovetails together very nicely right here. P.A. was probably going to come into the game as a defensive replacement anyway. Why not take advantage of one of his best assets, his speed, get him on there for Darrell Ward. Hard hit grounder up the middle. Burke could only knock it down with a dive.
Dave Wallace out to chat with Sampson. Mark McLemore still throwing in the Astros bullpen.
Mark Loretta came in from his shortstop position for that little conference of the mound. Anytime I see a middle infielder go to the mound, if I'm the third base coach, I'm alerting that runner at second base to be heads up. You never know if perhaps Loretta came in there to suggest a pickoff play. Anytime I see those middle infielders involved in a conference on the mound, I'm always concerned for that runner at second base.
It was a breaking ball that didn't break, and DeRosa was in a bunting position, so it's a little bit tougher to get out of the way.
Now you see, DeRosa doesn't square all the way around. Some teams teach bunters to square all the way around with their belt buckle facing the pitcher's mound. DeRosa just kept his batting stance and turned his upper body to bunt that ball. That's what allowed him to get out of the way of that inside pitch.
It's just a good thing that was a breaking ball and not a fastball. He might not have had time to get out of the way. Bunts it foul. That was another get off me ball on the bunt attempt. You're talking about stealing signs and middle infielders whispering to the pitchers. Like if you go to the store and the manager whispers to the cashier, do you get a little nervous? Like, what's going on here based on your baseball days?
Check my cart, make sure that everything is okay. And
paranoid.
Don't have more than 12 items.
And they're going to get Ramirez. He's out. DeRosa bunted through strike 2, and Ramirez trying to get that extra advantage off second base, and he gets picked off by Eric Munson.
That's an automatic pickoff play, a bunt attempt with a runner at second base. If he happens to bunt through the ball, there will always be an infielder at second base. And you called it right, Len. Ramirez is just trying to get out there to make sure he can make it to third base on a bunt, and got caught out in no man's land, lost his footing a little bit, and couldn't get back in time. Well, very uncharacteristic of Mark DeRosa to struggle to get down a bunt.
Blown away, and let's check in on the LoJack caught stealing report. LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police. Felix has only been caught once. probably one of those plays where after the inning, Mark DeRosa will go over to Aramis and say, my bad.
Well, especially when you see the pitch. You're leading off second base. You see that pitch headed for the strike zone. You make certain assumptions about your teammate at the plate. He's going to get that one in play, and you take that extra step off the bag, and when he bunts through the ball, you're out there in no man's land.
The kick and the 2-2. A bouncer foul. Cubs trying to end a 4-game losing streak against Houston. That was after a 4-game winning streak. Pound that water today, especially in the sun. Mentioned Newman for the Pirates, Bush for the Brewers later tonight in Milwaukee. Phil DeMontre, a left-hander for the Reds. Adam Wainwright, who's had a very good year for St. Louis, will go at it at Busch Stadium. All of a sudden 2 outs as DeRosa strikes out. And it's up to Jason Kendall. Inning started with a home run from Derek Lee. Let's get the Comcast Sportsnet poll results. What will be the most important factor for the Cubs in September? Overwhelmingly, everyone's saying the offense.
That's because everybody likes to see offense.
And it's been pretty inconsistent lately. So I think that shows confidence in the rotation in the bullpen. And as far as the schedule, you know, it's been pointed out on our broadcasts that the Cubs have struggled against Houston, Pittsburgh, and Cincinnati. And those 3 teams the Cubs are going to see a lot of in the final month. Also have a 3-game series at Florida to begin the final week. Marlins going into action today, tied for last in the National League East. So Kendall 2 for 2 against Sampson. You know what? When you're in the final week of the season, I don't think it matters who you play, because sometimes the teams that have nothing to get out of it are just as dangerous, if not more so.
Playing loose and relaxed baseball. In some cases, players trying to earn a job on next year's ball club. They have absolutely nothing to lose. Let it all out. Play relaxed baseball. Those are the teams that can be dangerous down the stretch, no matter where they are in the standings. A lot of kids, a lot of September call-ups that you don't know much about. You don't have a good scouting report on them, and they're trying to open the eyes of their own organization.
Fans will remember what the Reds did against them in a couple of ball games here late in 2004. Really damaging their playoff chances. Did you have any years where you guys were not in it at all and you blew it for somebody else at the end?
Oh, we knocked the Dodgers out.
Oh,
yeah. One year Joe Morgan hit a big home run to beat the Dodgers. I think it was the next to last day of the regular season, and yeah, for a team that had nowhere to go after the last day of the regular season, that was a big deal.
Yeah, that's your World Series.
Oh yeah, especially since it was the Dodgers.
3-2. PA will get a head start. The Tigers blew the division last year. They were swept by the Kansas City Royals in the final weekend. They made it in as the wild card, but the Twins ended up winning the American League Central. PA runs. Loretta backhands. Kendall always hustling, mad at the ground, but thrown out. Derek Lee leading off the bottom of the 8th with an insurance home run. So we go to the 9th with the Cubs leading the Astros 4-2.
Fellas, leave it tight pads to the ladies. If I can count the coins in your pocket, you better use them to call a tailor. Stay thirsty, my friends.
Shining is showing someone the way. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, we want to help you live a healthy life. By providing wellness programs and initiatives, we keep you focused on staying well and living well. Because we believe sharing a commitment to a healthy way of living can inspire someone for life.
Lean on me.
Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, shining through.
Recognize your loved ones on the sidewalks beneath the historic Wrigley Field marquee. Through the commemorative paver program, you can join thousands of fans in celebrating the day you became a Cubs fan, declared your loyalty, or preserved your favorite Cubs moment. If you're a Cubs fan, how can you pass up this opportunity to become part of Wrigley Field? Each order includes a replica paver for your home or office and makes a perfect gift. So to purchase, visit Cubs.com or call today. Space is limited, so order now.
Fellas, leave the tight pads to the ladies. If I can count the coins in your pocket, you better use them to call a tailor. Stay thirsty, my friends.
After the game, stick around for Cubs post-game live. Get highlights of all the action. Analysis from Dan Plesac. He's in one of those sailboats, but it's heading the wrong way. Plus, check in on Lou Pinella's post-game remarks. Don't miss Cubs post-game live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Dan, the studio is downtown. Felix PA now playing center. Jock Jones is in right.
I thought Dan was going to leave here in the helicopter, but I guess he took the sailboat instead. Ryan Dempster takes over to try to close this one out. 23 out of 25 in save opportunities this season. He'll have to work his way through the middle of this Astros lineup. Lance Berkman, Carlos Lee, Mark Loretta, the scheduled hitters.
And a drive to right. Jock Jones makes the catch. That's a big out. If he doesn't get it, the tying run comes up.
Good jump by Jock Jones. We mentioned the sun early in the game was bothering the left fielder. In the middle of the game, the guys in the middle had problems. Jock Jones battling the sun here in the ninth inning out there in right.
Yeah, as a center fielder, there's a point in the ball game where you go, oh, okay, I'm fine. And then you go to right and go, oh, there it is again.
I guess the worst of all possible worlds would be to start in left field, move to center in the third inning, and move to right in the seventh. That way you'd be dealing with it all afternoon.
Came on to preserve a 2-run advantage Thursday against Milwaukee. He would eventually walk in a run. Gave up a leadoff double to pinch hitter Joe Dillon. He hit Ricky Weeks. J.J. Hardy with a sac bunt. 1-2 on Lee. Got Braun on a ground out. They intentionally walked fielder. Threw a pitch in the dirt on Corey Hart on 3-2. He didn't go after it. And then on the first pitch to Kevin Mensch with the bases loaded. Place was up for grabs. 5-4. He bounced to short. Fielder's choice. Game over. Carlos Lee has made it 4-3. As he says hello to Waveland for not the first time. We know that. That's his 21st career homer against the Cubs. And then we go back to Derek Lee's big home run in the 8th. Making it a 2-run advantage. 13th home run at Wrigley Field for Carlos Lee.
Boy, very little doubt about that one. Dempster left a pitch up over the middle of the plate. This is what happens. Looked like a fork ball that just didn't do anything. Just kind of fluttered up there belt high out over the plate where Lee could extend his arms. Rode it way out of here.
Now we don't have to make any excuses for Ryan Dempster for giving up a home run. I mean, he didn't want to give up a home run. He'll be asked about it after the ball game. However, You have to believe that the approach is a little bit different with a 2-run lead. He's not the tying run, and I think you're a lot more careful with Carlos Lee if it's 3-2 as opposed to 4-2.
Gets back to that question of execution that we talked about earlier. If he gets that split finger down at the knees, breaking it down out of the strike zone, it's a very good pitch in that situation to Carlos Lee. But if it flutters up there belt high in the middle of the plate, it's not a good pitch. Just didn't execute it the way he wanted to.
And then you have the age-old question of what's worse, a walk or a home run in that spot. Well, a home run because he scored the run, but in the overall, he just didn't want to bring the tying run to the plate, which he has now done. And he's gone 3-1 on Mark Loretta. Luke Scott, already with a home run today, is next. What a catch by DeRosa. He timed the jump perfectly. Two down.
Well, you could almost see him regroup out there. He got ready to jump for that line drive, realized it wasn't hit as hard as he thought, so he regrouped, went up the ladder, made a great catch. How many times do you see an infielder mistime his jump on those soft line drives? They get over their head into the outfield for a base hit. That time DeRosa with a great adjustment.
40,606 on their feet. Strike one on the swing. Our producer, Bob Albrecht. Our director, Dave Turner. Our associate producer, Tamara Anderson. Our stage manager in the booth, Christine Charbonneau. Our technical directors, Jim Winters. The executive producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet, Jim Corno Jr. One strike away. Great work by our entire crew on a beautiful Saturday afternoon, 2 days before Labor Day. That's what you call wasting a pitch.
Yeah. Scott had chased a couple pitches down out of the strike zone to get in that 0-2 hole, so Ryan figured, hey, I'll see how low he'll go. Bounce that one out in front of home plate.
Still 1-2. Dempster looking for his 12th in a row. And number 24 overall.
Again, tries to lead him out of the strike zone, this time with a sinking, tailing fastball on the outside corner.
Ground ball. Terrio gobbles it up to throw to first. Cubs win. They made it close with a Carlos Lee home run in the ninth. But Derek Lee's homer in the eighth gave the Cubs that extra cushion. The game-winning home run goes to Aramis Ramirez, the go-ahead blast in the sixth inning. So a couple of big home runs for the Cubs today. That unearned run tied it back in the third inning. Excellent pitching all around today as Jason Marquis notches his 11th win.
starts with starting pitching. Jason Marquis, one of the best outings we've seen from him recently, pounding that strike zone with good movement. Everything works off of that. The defense was solid today. A couple of long balls. Good day for the Cubs.
Down to the field, Josh Morrow with Aramis Ramirez.
Yeah, one of the guys who had a long ball. Aramis, did it feel like the kind of game early on where one hit was going to be the difference?
Yeah, you know, it was a pretty good day to pitch. Wind blowing in. You know, noon game, nobody got much lead, but we come out, swing the bat well, you know, late in the game and win the game.
Your first home run in a couple of weeks now. Take us through that at bat.
I just want to hit the ball high. You know, you don't want to hit a fly ball in a day like today. You know, you really have to hit it on a line to get it out. That's what I did.
Right, you mentioned a good day to pitch, and what a good day for your pitcher. What does it mean to get the kind of consistent starting that Jason Marquis has been able to give you, and especially today?
Well, he's been good all year. You know, I mean, this guy gives us a chance every time he go out there. We just haven't hit well, you know, late this past 2 or 3 weeks. But you know, hopefully today's the start and just keeps in the back.
I don't think anybody's left yet. The fans are singing, they're cheering for you. It's September. It's starting to feel real for you now?
Well, I mean, we're right there. We're in first place. We're playing good. We don't start the season like everybody expects, but, you know, right now we're in first place, playing good ball, and hopefully we keep doing it.
Enjoy the ride.
Thank you.
Okay, Aramis Ramirez, the Cubs' first home run with a man on base since August 18th, exactly 2 weeks ago. It's the difference as the Cubs beat the Astros. Guys?
All right, Josh, thanks for all your great work. The updated standings in the Central. The Cubs lead now 2 on Milwaukee, 2.5 on St. Louis. And if you look statistically at teams that have the lead in their division going into the final month of the season, going back to when baseball went to the 3-division alignment, well, it's pretty good for the Cubs. 82% of the teams go on to win their division. So you just kind of keep grinding at this point.
I'm sure Lou would say that's all history. That's stuff that's happened in the past. We just need to take care of business on a daily basis, and everything will work out fine.
All right, that will do it for our game coverage. Marquis the winner. Patton takes the loss. Ryan Dempster with his 24th save. Marquis, by the way, 8-4 here at Wrigley Field. 2 hours, 28 minutes in front of 40,606. Stay tuned for post-game live coming up. The final score today, it was a dandy. The Cubs 4, the Astros 3. Our next Cubs telecast here on Comcast Sportsnet will be Tuesday night at 7 o'clock from Wrigley Field. Game 2 of a 4-game series as the Cubs host the Dodgers. It's possible Steve Traxel could make his Cubs return as a starter that night. That's still to be determined, but it's possible it could be Traxel. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob Brenly, Josh Mora, and our entire crew. This is Len Casper. You've been watching Chicago Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Enjoy the rest of your holiday weekend.
It's a much more enjoyable weekend now. Hi, everyone. Gail Fisher with you. Don't go anywhere because Cubs Postgame Live is up next. We'll bring you Lou Pinella's live postgame press conference. Dan Plesac will break down the game, and we'll relive Dan's memorable 7th-inning stretch. That and more on Cubs Postgame Live next.
Grab the new Sun-Times and get the real Chicago story every day. Subscribe at suntimes.com. Chicago Sun-Times. Let's get into it.
Are your kids dreaming of playing in the big leagues? Your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers are giving them a chance. Chevy's Diamond Dreams. Simply log on to ChevyDriveChicago.com, print out an entry form, and bring it to your local Chevy dealer now. Your kid could play for Ozzie or Lou at U.S. Cellular Field or Wrigley Field. Enter by September 8th for a chance to make their Diamond Dreams come true now.
That was a nice catch, kid.
Try Arby's new toasted subs. Whether it's the French dip and twist, the classic Italian, turkey bacon club, or the Philly beef, they're toasted to perfection, and they'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Not too close. What do you think? I got that insurance?
What insurance is that, Yogi?
The one you really need to have. If you don't have it, that's why you need it.
Need what?
Aflac. Well, if you get hurt and miss work, it won't hurt to miss work. And they give you cash, which is just as good as money.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
So, you've been going out, huh? Big parties, music, pretty ladies. Son, we need to talk about protection.
Dad, I'm 26.
Yeah, I know. But you're never too grown up for your old man to give you one of these.
Oh, man. Dad, thanks.
Every Coors Light can has a protective liner to lock in that refreshing frost brewed taste.
You can never be too careful.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police. Bacardi Rum, if you're going to drink, be responsible. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. And by Pontiac, 9 performance machines, all designed for action.
It up, the throw to first. Cubs win.
The Cubs get the job done at Wrigley Field. Another tightener, as Lou Piniella calls it. A 4-3 final from Wrigley by the numbers. Ryan Dempster gets his 12th save in a row, 24th save of the season. Jason Marquis, the winning pitcher, number 11 on the year for him. And welcome into Cubs Postgame Live. Gail Fisher and Dan Plesac here with you. And a big day offensively for Aramis Ramirez. So a good game all around. We got Dan Plesac, who's saying the 7th inning stretch. Nice job, by the way. We'll relive that later in the show.
Thank you. I get to use the helicopter that you take to Wrigley to get me back in here in time.
Got you the helicopter.
To do the postgame show. Well, thank you.
You made it in time. You got your Cubs jersey on for singing the stretch there. Nicely done. And I think you helped the Cubs spark them to victory here.
It was a rally singing right there. Cubs, baby.
Too bad there was not enough time for you to go into your Go Cubs Go rendition.
Well, that would have been stretching a little bit, but what a horrifying experience. It really doesn't hit you when if you ever get a chance out there at home to sing the 7th inning stretch. It's a very nerve-wracking experience, but particularly when you hear that organ and everybody turns around and looks at you. Wow, there's nowhere to hide.
There is nowhere to hide. Well, nice job, by the way, and a nice job by the Cubs. Let's go back to right before you sang the 7th inning stretch. In the bottom of the 6th inning, Aramis Ramirez is going to hit a 2-run bomb off of Troy Patton. D. Lee scoring on this home run, and this is what really boosted the Cubs, obviously, into the lead, broke that tie ball game.
Well, really, this is something that has been desperately missing in this Cub offense, the ability to hit the long ball. And 2 of the big guns in the middle of that lineup delivered, and that's what it's going to take in the month of September. You're talking about 2 players that have the ability to carry this team for 5-10 games at a time. Aramis Ramirez was an RBI machine in June and July, got off to a little bit of slow start in August. Really, you're going to forget about July and August. If both of these guys have big months of September, this is when it counts, and they both delivered this afternoon.
Well, sandwiched in between your singing, you have the 6th inning A-run bomb, and then in the 8th inning, Derek Lee hits a solo shot off of Chris Sampson, and this actually proves to be a very important home run, Dan, as Ryan Dempster eventually gave up a home run to Lee, Carlos Lee, in that 9th inning. So this was a very important home run for the Cubs.
And I think very important for this team because Derek Lee is really the leader of this ball club. And I'm telling you, he has the capabilities in the month of September to make you forget about, the down year as far as the home runs and the runs batted in up to this point. He's very capable of carrying this team. And if they can get these 2 guys hot, and if they're both hot at the same time, you're going to see this Cub team start to really score some runs and get Soriano back. He's going to be becoming a little bit more healthy as the days goes on. This has a chance to be a very good month of September for this team.
Well, the Cubs get the power back from those 2 guys in the lineup, and they get a very good pitching outing from Jason Marquis. Time now for our Felco pitching recap as we take a look at Marquis. 6 2/3 innings for him, and Troy Patton goes 6 innings. We want to get back to this in just a moment, but let's now hear from Lou Piniella, live from Wrigley Field, brought to you by United.
Marquis pitched well. Gave us 6 2/3 innings through strikes. The bullpen came in and did a nice job, and we got some hitting from our big boys. Ramirez and Lee right in the middle part of our lineup. Good way to start the month. Hopefully they'll stay nice and hot. But, well, it was a nice win. Good defensive plays, good pitching, and some timely hitting.
People usually say teams with the best bullpens end up winning this time of year. Do you believe that?
I think that when your bullpen's doing a good job, everybody has a lot more confidence. And our bullpen is functioning well. So, you know, our starting pitchers can go hard from the first pitch through 6 innings and know that there's a good chance that you're going to come out on top. So, and our bullpen has pitched well.
I think that home run was the first since what, August 18th? There we had somebody on base.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, is that shocking to you?
You all come up with all these statistics that I'm not aware of. Yeah, nothing shocking. It's surprising to hear that, but you know, we've been through this drought, and we've been holding on to first place. So, you know, maybe September's a month that we start hitting the ball out of the ballpark with regularity. So, I think the important thing is that we continue to pitch well. One thing that we need to start doing, though, is our execution in this last week or 10 days really hasn't been good. You know, we use a bunt here as an offensive weapon, not as a defensive weapon. And we you know, these low-scoring games, we got to get some bunts down. And it's been this way now since almost the San Francisco series. So, Ivan De Jesus has been our bunting coach, and he's had that prostate. So Alan's going to start talking to our players tomorrow and see if we can straighten that out, because a run that you had here, a run that you had there, they're huge at the end of a baseball game.
It's not just your pitchers.
No, I mean, we're in a little bit of a bunting slump. Have you ever heard of that? Oh gosh. Yeah, it's just I think it's more concentration than anything else, and we're just gonna. It's not one person. I mean, it's been. And usually guys that have done a real nice job all year of getting them down, so get them to concentrate a little more on it, that's all.
Was that kind of a double whammy with Martin not being able to get the bunt down and then Aramis getting picked off?
Well, you know, Aramis is trying to get a nice lead off second base so he can beat the throw to third. The only thing is, in that situation with the first base charging and the pitcher too, it's important that the runner make the third baseman feel the ball, because if not, you're not going to advance the runners anyway.
The Lamb-Marmol matchup seemed to be the key to the game there. He's one of the best guys in the game right now. Were you tempted to bring in a left-hander?
You know, they had Biggio. He hits left-hand pitching pretty well. That's sort of. Then they had Pence coming up next. The wind was blowing in from right field as opposed to blowing out the left. So I use a weatherman approach. I don't know. Marmol's done a nice job. But the wind was blowing in from right, which made it a little more difficult that way, and we stayed that way.
Do you have any theories on why Liam Ramirez are not the home run hitters of the year now?
I don't. Well, tomorrow we got Hill going, and I see where Michigan got beat today by Appalachian State, so we got to get them out of that depression early in the morning. But we need a good game from Hill. Our bullpen, again, you know, it's starting to get back in nice shape where we start resting a little bit. We go from there, but good way to start the month of September, and particularly good to see Ramirez and Lee Homer on the same day.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, Lou Piniella up on the college football scores already. All right, back to the Falco pitching recap. As you see the numbers by Marquis and Patton. Actually, Patton pitched pretty well, considering it was only his second major league start. As for Marquis, he did an outstanding job, Dan.
Gail, he has been, it seems like every time the Cubs have gotten themselves into a game that and I guess you have to say at this point of the season, all these games are must-wins or big wins. But I really think he pitched arguably the biggest game of this Cubs season before the All-Star break, after Rich Hill and Sean Marshall weren't able to go very deep in the game. He beat the Brewers, went 8 innings, gave up 1 run. It seems like the bigger the game, the bigger the situation. When they need him most, he's delivered. He was very good this afternoon.
All right, Jason Marquis is addressing the media now at Wrigley Field. Let's listen in.
Made pitches when I needed to and executed pitches pretty good today.
You got a new starter in here, obviously. We set the rotation board on you right now. Would you like to have an extra day rest, or would you like to keep on 5?
I want the ball as much as possible, you know. I'd like to pitch on 3 days rest if I could, you know, but no, you know, whatever they decide to do, you know, obviously you bring Trax in here, his veteran leadership and his experience being postseason a bunch, so excited to have him. Hopefully he could be a great addition to this team, and whenever Luke calls on me and the other guys, I think we're willing to do whatever it takes to win.
What's the chatter on the bench, you know, when you guys are struggling? I know you don't concentrate while you're pitching, but, you know, on the other days, is there, you know, a feeling that, you know, you are going to get a run or you'll get enough to win?
I don't think there's a panic button. I think everybody believes in everybody else on this team. We got guys that are capable of doing special things, and, you know, it's just a matter of time. And, you know, that's what makes the team go, you know, pitching, picking up the hitting, and the hitting and defense picking up the pitching. And, you know, so far we've done a pretty good job at that. We're going to get better. We're going to go out there every day and do our best to win ball games. So, you know, from a pitching standpoint and a bench standpoint, there's no panic out there.
How big is it this last month, you know, from last year? Because this is kind of crunch time.
You know, I've been through it a few times, and, you know, you learn a lot, and you watch guys who've had experience do it, and you got to take one game at a time. I don't think any series or any game is any bigger than any other one, because, you know, the guys on the other side, whether they're competing for the playoffs or not, they're competing to beat you, and they'd like nothing better to than knock you off. So every game is important. You know, obviously being at the position we're in, and now we're in first place, we just got to take care of business and just worry about the Cubs, and that's it.
What does it mean to you guys, Jason, the starters know that the bullpen has been so solid behind you? How does that affect your confidence throughout the course?
I think we've had confidence in our bullpen all year. Anytime we hand the ball over, we have a great deal of confidence in they're going to get the job done, keep the lead, and do for us. So we've been fortunate enough to have some great arms down there, and, you know, they've been doing a great job. So hopefully they keep it going.
Yeah. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, Jason Marquis getting his 11th victory of the season as the Cubs win it 4-3 over the Astros. Now, earlier today, the Cubs expanded their roster with 5 players called up from the minors, and that leads us to our Pontiac opinion poll question. Which September call-up will have the most impact on the pennant race? Will it be Ronnie Cedeno, Sean Gallagher, Will Ullman, Eric Patterson, or Giovanni Soto? Go to ComcastSportsNet.com, click on Chicago, then click on the Cubs page and give us your vote. We'll have the results later in the show.
With every step, it gets better. Miller Genuine Draft, cold filtered 4 times for smoother flavor.
Fred Flintstone, an employee of Slate Rock Gravel Company. His wife, Wilma, a stay-at-home mom. Yet on this working man's salary, how did Wilma afford a necklace made of huge rocks?
Mr. Slate pays well, but he doesn't pay that well.
An investigation would reveal that Fred had the Flintmobile insured with Geico, saving the couple untold amounts of money. Their friendship with the Rubbles would soon become strained.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
I'm Ryan Sandberg, asking you to help cheer up kids in hospitals.
When children suffer from serious medical conditions, Rhino Kid Care, supported by Ryan Sandberg and National City, helps them and their families cope. Join the cause.
2007. Designed for the extraordinary. Visit your local Land Rover Center.
The excitement, the drama, the pandemonium, and it's only just begun. As the Cubs charge through the stretch run, stay with Comcast Sportsnet for the best coverage in town. The top games.
Into center! It's gonna drop down! Cubs win!
In-depth post-game coverage and the most Cubs news every night on Sports Night. Comcast Sportsnet, a Cub fan's best friend for the playoff push.
Hey everyone, Len Casper and Bob Brenly here.
How would you like to hit the links with us this summer?
Presenting the second annual Swinging Away with Len and Bob sweepstakes. You and a guest could win a round of golf with us at Cantini Golf in Wheaton.
To enter, log on to ComcastSportsNet.com and fill out an entry form.
The second annual Swinging Away with Len and Bob sweepstakes presented by the Chicago District Golf Association for everyone who plays the game.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
For every Cubs victory this season, National City is proud to make a donation to Rhino Kid Care. Please visit rhinokidcare.com.
Welcome back. Here's a look at our National City NL Central standings. The Cubs helping themselves now 2 games over the Brewers and 2.5 games over the Cardinals. This, of course, will change depending on what those 2 teams do tonight. The Brewers and Cardinals both in action later tonight. And here's a look at our 4 seasons. Who's hot, who's not around the majors right now. Who's hot? A pair of Phillies. Jason Worth is 17 for his last 28. That's good for a .607 average. And Pat Burrell has 5 home runs over the past week. The Yankees' Chien-Ming Wang has only given up 1 run in his last 2 starts. Now, who's not hot? The D-backs' Orlando Hudson is only 3 for his last 28. The Marlins' Sergio Mitre has given up 17 hits in his last 2 starts. And the Brewers' Scott Linebrink has 2 losses in his last 2 outings. Welcome back to Cubs Postgame Live. The Cubs get the victory over the Astros 4-3, the final at Wrigley Field. Let's check out some of the highlights. And we're going to pick it up in the bottom of the 3rd when the Cubs were down 1. Ryan Theriot sending 1 into the gap in left. Alfonso Soriano easily ends up at 3rd, but Hunter Pence's throw is off the mark. So Soriano is going to score, and that's what ties the game at 1. Nice heads-up base running by Soriano. Jason Marquis pitching well in the 4th. He gets Carlos Lee looking one of his 5 Ks in the game. Bottom of the 6th now, 1 on for Aramis Ramirez, and he crushes this one to deep left. Sends it into the stands for his 19th homer of the season, and that gives the Cubs a 3-1 lead. Bottom of the 8th. It's a 3-2 Cubs lead when Derek Lee gives the Cubs some insurance with that solo shot, his 16th homer of the season. It's 4-2 Cubs. And in the 9th, Cubs up by 1. Ryan Dempster gets Luke Scott to ground out to Theriot to end the game. So the Cubs squeak out the win. 4-3 the final as we take a look at this Cubs lineup. Aramis Ramirez with the big day, the 2 RBI, that 2-run home run. He went 2 for 4. D. Lee also going 2 for 4. Ryan Dempster picks up save number 24 on the year for Jason Marquis. It's win number 11.
Well, this was a really good team win. It was a very well-pitched game. Jason Marquis was terrific, getting that game into the 7th inning. Carlos Marmol, Bobby Howry, Ryan Dempster, a very well-pitched game, some timely hits. It's not necessarily the case of how many hits you get. It's the timely ones. The big 2-run home run by Ramirez and Derek Lee, a little icing on the cake. The solo shot, a good, well-played, nice, crisp win.
All right, we want to get a little bit more perspective on this game from the guys who called the game, Len Casper and Bob Brenly.
Well, the final today from Wrigley Field, 4-3 Cubs. They were down early. They would score it on an unearned run and a very heads-up base running maneuver by Alfonso Soriano. The ball missed both cutoff men, and he was looking at the play and was able to score all the way from first base.
That's just good base running instincts. Alfonso got to 3rd base in a hurry, round to the bag. He was watching the play at the cutoff man. One of the most simple plays in the game. The outfielder picks up the ball, throws it to the cutoff man. Pence missed both cutoff men. Soriano was watching the play, alertly sprinted for home, got around the catcher and under the pitcher and scored a run.
It hasn't happened a lot this year, but Aramis Ramirez and Derek Lee homering in the same game, and they were both huge.
It's been a long home run drought for the Cubs, pretty much all season long, but that doesn't mean it's going to last forever. You just get the feeling these guys are ready to bust out, and there could not be a better time of the season to do it than right now.
And the other story, Jason Marquis and that big trio of relief pitchers.
Jason Marquis has very quietly been the most consistent starting pitcher. Not always the best starting pitcher, but the most consistent. You know what you're going to get from him on a given outing, and today might have been his best of the year.
And the key is to just continue to win series. And, Bob, if they do that, they're in fine shape.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the goal for any team starting the season. But when you get into September with a lead, winning series is the best thing you can possibly do.
And the Cubs will have the opportunity to do that tomorrow. Remember, they beat the Brewers 2 out of 3. They're 1-1 against the Astros. The final today from Wrigley Field, the Cubs 4, the Astros 3.
All right, guys, thank you very much. So a good day all around at Wrigley with that Cubs victory and a very nice performance from Dan Plesac and the 7th inning stretch. Let's take a look back.
Can we relive
you haven't
moment?
Seen this
I
yet.
haven't seen it yet.
Let's see how you did.
Okay.
All right, Cub fans, it's September. The Cubs are in first and plan on staying there. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back, for it's root for the Cubbies. If they don't win, it's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Go Cubs!
Oh, Dan, nicely done. Not too fast, not too slow, and you were even on key.
Actually, I might be, they're thinking about trying to book me for the 8 o'clock at the House of Blues tonight.
You got it down. Very nice job. You got over your nerves, and it really worked out.
It was very enjoyable. I was really nervous this morning getting into the ballpark in about the 2nd inning, and it was nerve-wracking, but I was glad I did. It's one of those things I was glad that I could hang that up on my resume.
Yes, I think you could be in the top 10, maybe top 5 of people who've sung it well. Top 3. Oh boy, it's going to his head now. As we go to break, let's take a look at the StubHub upcoming schedule for the Cubs.
The upcoming schedule is brought to you by StubHub, where fans buy and sell tickets.
It's the Chevy Model Year-End event, and now we're making it easy for you to choose your new Chevy. Just click and go to find great offers on 07 cars, trucks, and SUVs online 24/7. But you've got to decide. Then get to your dealer before yours is gone at the Chevy Model Year-End event. Qualified lessees can get a low-mileage lease on an 07 Impala 1LT for around $199 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details. Click on ChevyDriveChicago.com. Then see your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
Good things go fast. Real fast.
The Polaris Power Play sales event going on now until September 30th. Now's the time to get model year-end clearance offers. Rebates up to $800 on Polaris ATVs and rebates up to $600 plus 4.99% financing on Ranger utility vehicles. Check them out now at your local Polaris dealer, because before you know it, they'll be gone. Polaris, the world's toughest ATVs.
Four Seasons, the largest family-owned and operated heating and air conditioning contractor, has simple goals: provide exceptional service at the best possible price and offer products that leave you nothing but satisfied. Call Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning today for a free estimate. Pat Boyle and Mark Chanowski every night at 6:30 and 10 on Comcast Sportsnet.
You can count on us for the best local highlights. Everything you need to know about Chicago sports.
Sports Night, a show Chicago sports fans can chew on.
Yeah, you know the spot.
Right away, sir.
Welcome to Giordano's. Your table's ready.
Thank you.
How's everything?
Fantastic.
What's your secret?
It's the fresh ingredients, and it's been so for the last 30 years.
We made it good. You made it famous.
agility captured. By the world's most advanced four-wheel active steering system. Now cornering is more precise, handling more responsive. The all-new 330 horsepower Infiniti G Coupe. Intensity captured.
So rather than put him in the leadoff spot where you like.
That one is deep to left for Ramirez. Gone! 3-1.
Go Cubs, go. Aramis Ramirez with the game-winning two-run home run for the Cubs as they beat the Astros 4-3. Your final, Jason Marquis, the winning pitcher for the Cubs. Time now to take a look at our Geico quote of the day. It's from Twins pitcher Scott Baker, who took a perfect game into the 9th inning last night, only to walk a batter, then lose the no-hitter. And Baker said, quote, "I did the best I could. What else could I do? Why would I be upset about anything? It just wasn't meant to be." End of quote. All right, and let's check out our Pontiac Opinion Poll question results. Earlier in the show, we asked you which September call-up will have the most impact on the pennant race. And you guys are actually pretty split here. 25% say Will Oman, a close 23% Ronnie Cedeno, and even Eric Patterson gets 21%. Personally, Dan, I think Will Oman will probably see the most playing time and therefore maybe have the most impact.
You know what, really, the Cubs do need a second option in that bullpen right now. Scott here has been ineffective. It looked like right post All-Star break, he was starting to get the wheels put back on. He's kind of going through a little lull again right now. It would be a nice thing to have a couple of lefties in that bullpen, not necessarily to stretch out a lineup, but a lefty and Will Oman that could come in and get some tough left-handed hitters out, or turn a switch hitter around, somebody like a Lance Berkman, switch him back around to the right side where he's a better hitter right-handed, but his power numbers are much better from the left side.
Well, the Cubs now have the opportunity to win the series, and that's always the goal. Let's take a look at the all-important pitching matchup for the finale tomorrow. Rich Hill going to the mound for the Cubs. He'll be opposed by Woody Williams, and Hill pitched very well, Dan, in his game last time out against Milwaukee, picking up his 8th win of the year. He's been overshadowed a little by Ted Lilly and Carlos Zambrano, but Hill actually leads the team in ERA and strikeouts.
I tell you what, that last start was probably the biggest start of his young career. And I think you're going to see him continue to get better, to use that start that he had. It really, these games the rest of the year, these young pitchers for the Cubs, these are the biggest games that they've pitched in. And it was really nice to see him be in control of himself, locate his fastball, use his curveball. And the Cubs are going to have their hands full with Woody Williams. Don't look at that one-loss record and that high earned run average. He can be awfully tough at times. 4-pitch pitcher, fastball, straight changeup, a little bit of a curveball, and he's got a pretty good breaking, but a hard breaking slider. He's got 4 or 5 pitches that he uses. He's a veteran type pitcher, so on paper it looks like a mismatch. It looks like it favors the Cubs, but Woody Williams is a very good right-handed pitcher.
You don't have to win them all, Dan, but you should try to win each series, and that will probably guarantee that you make the postseason. The Cubs have the chance to do that tomorrow.
I mean, it's easier said than done. Yeah. I mean, if you look at it right now, if the Cubs can win every series the rest of the way out, it's pretty much a cinch burger that they're going to win this division. But I think what they need to do is worry about tomorrow's game, get this 2 out of 3. They have the Dodgers coming in the early part of next week. This was a big win, a very well-played game, a couple of big timely hits, a home run by Lee, and a home run, the 2-run home run by Aramis Ramirez. Good tight pitching out of the bullpen. This was a well-played, well-pitched game and a very good game to win.
All right, our next Cubs telecast here on Comcast Sportsnet is on Tuesday, and we must step aside for college football right now. We join UCLA and Stanford in progress after the break. For Dan Plesac, I'm Gail Fisher. Thanks for watching. Have a great holiday weekend. We'll see you on Tuesday.
They don't win, it's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Go Cubs!
It's finally here, the Dodge Model Year-End Clearance, with no interest for 6 years on Dodge Durango, Dakota, and Grand Caravan with stow-and-go seating and storage. Now, for the first time ever on 2007 Durango, Dakota, and Grand Caravan, well-qualified buyers can get 0% financing for 72 months. That's no interest for 6 full years. Add that to the best warranty in the business, our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty. And that's an offer no one else matches. Hurry, the Dodge Model Year-End Clearance ends soon.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices on the world's best brands like Michelin and B.F. Goodrich.
With every step, it gets better. Miller Genuine Draft. Cold filtered 4 times for smoother flavor.
Quiet on the set. Take 73.
Hello out there in TV land.
Save your false laughter. Very popular. Whoa, get your foot off the fogger. Okay, here we go with another ho-ho.
There's only one, Bob Royman.
You used to get your TV from Rabbit Ears, phone and dial-up modem from Ma Bell, and bundle was something you did in the cold to stay warm. That was before cable. They brought competition and innovation to all of those, made them better and bundled them together, so they're from one company, one low price, one simple bill. Cable competes. We win.
When the subject is trucks, you've got to know how to work it. Quad City Spring is all over that. When you need organizing systems for pickups and vans, and Adrian Steel custom setups are your mandatory upgrades, Quad City Spring gets the call. Ladder racks, toolboxes, towing, and truck accessories, we've got you covered. When the subject is trucks, Quad City Spring knows how you want to get it done. Got a truck? Work it, baby. Quad City Spring, 34th Street and River Drive, Moline.
Side, and a reception by Latner, the backup tight end. We want to welcome you to Stanford Stadium here on the farm. UCLA up 7-0. The 17th ranked Bruins, Matt Devlin and Warren Moon and Michael Eaves in Jim Harbaugh's debut.
Well, so far his team is holding in there pretty good. They're down 7-0, but they've shown they can move the ball at times against this UCLA defense. They just can't turn it over, and they can't punt the ball out of bounds for 10 yards and give great field position to UCLA.
Ben Ladner, the tight end, in a motion, and they'll give it to Kimball up the middle, and he'll be just shy of the 30-yard line. And Joshua Edwards there for the tackle.
David Shaw, their offensive coordinator, trying to show a lot of different looks also with their personnel and trying to show a lot of different type of play combinations. You saw just earlier when they got the first down, a little play action bootleg, trying to get their quarterback on the move a little bit. They're also trying to mix in some run. You can't be one-dimensional against this UCLA defense.
They'll bring up 2nd and 10 once again for the Cardinal. And a timeout, second timeout taken by the Stanford Cardinal, and Ostrander extremely upset with his offense.
Well, this is where TC, I don't know what he saw. Maybe somebody wasn't coming in motion that he wanted to come in motion, but he was upset, and he can't show that on the field. He has to stay cool and calm at all times because this game becomes a very emotional game, especially as we move later into the second half.
Upset with Doug Baldwin. You look at the accomplishments of both of these universities, and it's unbelievable. NCAA team titles, Warren. Total team titles, UCLA with 100 and Stanford with 94.
Yeah, very, very successful. But both of these schools very good academically, but they're also very good in their sports programs. UCLA with 100 total championships. That's unbelievable.
And their 100th women's water polo over Stanford.
Over Stanford. Otherwise, it would have been 99-95.
And you look at Jim Harbaugh, of course, his father, better than 40 years as a coach at Michigan, as well as a head coach at Western Kentucky, was at the University of San Diego, Division I AA non-scholarship, but with his NFL experience, remember, not only as a player, but 2 years with the Oakland Raiders.
Right, and he has a lot of experience in the NFL on this staff.
Ostrander gets it to Evans. Evans hits the 45 down to the 50-yard line before he is brought down, and positive plays once again for the Stanford Cardinal before Horton is able to bring him down.
TC Ostrander under a lot of duress again from that Bruins front, gets this ball away to Evans, and Evans just does the rest of this with sheer ability. Breaks the tackle there, another tackle miss right there and gets good yardage up to the 50-yard line. So Stanford finally working on something now, getting some good field position with some of these pass plays.
At the 50-yard line. Cardinal trail 7-0 here in the Pac-10 opener. 1-11 a season ago, 0-5 at home, and they give it off the left side to Anthony Kimball and a gain of 4 yards. Alteron Werner there. And it'll be second down. The first down marker is brought to you by Overstock.com. Your entire order ships for just $2.95 at Overstock.com. Live better with Overstock.com. It's all about the O, Warren. And right now for the Cardinal, it's about Ostrander trying to move the Cardinal down the field. Mark Bradford, fifth-year senior, in motion. Ostrander sprints to the far side. And he gets rid of it.
And that's a nice job by TC that time. Throws that ball out of bounds because he had nothing down the field. Doesn't take the sack. Now you're able to line up and come back and play another day. Otherwise, you take a big sack there, puts you in long yardage situation, or throw the ball down the field to somebody that might not be open. You get an interception. So good decision by TC Ostrander that time, throwing that ball out of bounds. It's a big third down for the Cardinals coming up. They really need to keep this drive going, keep their defense off the field a little bit so they can rest over there on the sideline and also try and get themselves at least in field goal territory.
Last time they were in this situation, Corey Bosworth brought down Ostrander with a sack out of the shotgun. Ostrander, and the pass intended for Evan Moore, and Trey Brown was there. Described as a very savvy player, high IQ player at Overland Park, Kansas, the redshirt senior, and this is an excellent secondary, all seniors.
It's a very excellent secondary, excellent defense. A lot of seniors on this defense as well, and very experienced. They've been in this system now a couple of years. They really understand it, and you can tell by the way they play it. They play it with a lot more confidence because they're not thinking as much as they were last year.
Out of Edgeo, last time he punted, it was a shank. This one sent back to Austin, who's telling everyone to stay away, and it trickles down to the 7-yard line, and that is where the UCLA Bruins will begin. Stay tuned for more Kyocera's College Football Saturday as North Texas takes on number 8 Oklahoma coming up next, followed by Idaho taking on the number 1 ranked USC Trojans in our nightcap. Both games are also brought to you in stunning high definition by Hitachi. That's all coming up as our quadruple header on FSN rolls on the Kyocera College Football Saturday. And we had a great one earlier with Colorado and Colorado State. So backed up now. The Bruin offense scored their last possession. Olsen rolls out looking for Brazil, and he finds him before he is shoved out of bounds by the free safety Bo McNally. And what do you think of Ben Olsen early on?
I really like what he's doing so far in the ballgame. He's had his wide receivers make some plays on those fade routes to the outside. I think those things have given him some confidence. And he showed he can throw the ball on the move for a big guy at 6'4". He does a little rollout, little bootleg to the left, and hits Brazil coming across the field.
24-year-old redshirt junior. Last year injured in the 5th game against Arizona. The handoff still going is Khalil Bell. Bell close to the first down before McNally comes up to stop him. And Khalil Bell last season was banged up. He was out 4 games with an ankle injury and then suspended for the final 2 games. So he's looking at this season as a little bit of redemption for him.
Well, that was just an attitude run right there. He was just running over people, breaking tackles, and he's shown well so far in the few carries he's had in this ball game. What a nice compliment to Chris Marquis having Khalil Bell.
Olsen once again. Khalil Bell has space. Stiff arm past the 50 into Cardinal territory, still on his feet, and all the way down to the 10-yard line of the Stanford Cardinal. Khalil Bell, what a run. 60 yards.
A nice job on the left side of that Bruins line, again by Shannon Tavega and also Micah Kia. But again, this is Khalil Bell just breaking tackles, getting to the outside, and showing that speed once he gets to the outside that he can take it almost to the house. Good straight arm right there, another missed tackle. This guy is the real deal, and like I said, he is a great compliment to Chris Marquis.
Officially a 59-yard pickup for Bell. Bell remains replaced in the backfield by Chris Marquis. First down for the Bruins. Olsen puts Paulson in motion. And a flag is down.
Good ball. Ball start. Offense number 86. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
Jack Wood, our referee.
With the great punt by Stanford, pinning the Bruins down to the 12-yard line, Khalil Bell just changed all of that great field position for Stanford with those 2 long runs, and now all of a sudden the Bruins are in scoring territory. It just shows you what field position is about in this ball game. Big plays, you have to try and eliminate them because they do change field position.
2 rushes for 73 yards, including that 59-yarder. Here's Chris Marquis, and Marquis charging ahead. And Austin Yancey's helmet popped off on contact.
Well, again, when you can have a back like Bell be your second team back, and then all of a sudden you put the leading rusher on your football team back into the football game, who's the 3rd leading rusher coming into this season returning, then Chris Marquis, you got a pretty good 1-2 combination. And this kind of wears the defense down over the course of a ball game.
Last season, Bell picked up 239 yards, and Marquis over 1,000, of course. And UCLA Bruins marching down the field once again, and early on they lead 7-0 here on the farm. The Pac-10 opener, the 17th ranked Bruins visiting the Stanford Cardinals.
What do you value? Do you value clean, inexhaustible solar energy? Do you value the comfort and safety of those you love? Do you value the innovations that make home life more livable, convenient, and enjoyable? Or maybe you value a simple way of reaching out to those you love. In so many things you value, Kyocera brings new value to your world. Kyocera, the new value frontier.
Quiet on the set. Pick 73.
Hello out there in TV land.
Save your false laughter. Very popular. Whoa, get your foot off the fogger. Okay, here we go with another ho-ho.
There's only one, Bob Royman.
Ben Gordon rebounded. Gordon's down on the ball. He looks.
As dinner time approaches and you're deciding what to have, visit your local Culver's and taste how much we care.
Start of the second quarter, and UCLA leading Stanford 7-0.
Well, they're knocking on the door for another one, and this is the Khalil Bell show right now on this drive, as he has 2 red carries for 73 yards on this drive alone. And really has changed the field position, as I talked about before the break. Now the Bruins in scoring territory.
The give to Chris Marquis. Marquis met in the backfield by Pat Maynor, but he was still able to get positive yards out of the carry. And down to the 5-yard line, and they'll officially spot it at the 6 of the Stanford Cardinal. And so after the offense of the UCLA Bruins were unable to capitalize on that turnover, they're finding a little bit of offensive rhythm.
They are starting to find rhythm, and you see that it takes that sometimes in the first ball game of the season to get into that rhythm.
Olsen to the corner of the end zone. Touchdown, Gavin Ketchum. The fade route. And Ketchum able to reel it in.
Well, again, that size advantage. They're just throwing those fade routes up there, and they're really high on Gavin Ketchum, who's at 6'5". Just kind of goes up over Sims again, who's only at 5'11". Sims is feeling like maybe they're picking on me right now, and they probably are. Ben Olsen spreading the ball around to a lot of different receivers, but really finding a favorite one in that fade route to his tall wideouts.
Ketchum, his second career touchdown. Didn't have one last season. Had one career touchdown entering this game, and that was back in 2005 at Washington State. The 17th ranked Bruins lead by 2 touchdowns.
Why did we give the new Eclipse a 263 horsepower MyVec V6? Because now get 0% APR or a $2,000 factory rebate at the Mitsubishi Time to Rally event.
Bigger, better, bitter.
Bigger, better bundle. Bigger, better bumble. Bigger.
Wait, getting better TV is easy with the digital 2-star pack, part of the Bigger, Better bundle, with up to 43 channels of Stars and Showtime, plus 2,000 on-demand titles that you can start, rewind, pause, and fast forward with your remote.
Can't do that with a dish.
Get the Mediacom digital 2-star pack with Showtime on demand for only $9.95 a month for a year.
Call 1-800-CABLE-TV. Good call.
J.D. Power Automotive Ratings. Everybody wants them. We've got them in our new interactive video buying guides, now at vehix.com.
UCLA on top 14-0. 2 TD passes by Ben Olsen in this one to the corner and Gavin Ketchum.
Nothing fancy about it. It's just something you practice all the time. The fade route, you just try and throw it to the back shoulder of your receiver, and when you have the big height advantage like they have at 6'5" to 5'11", you just hope he goes up and makes the plays, and that's exactly what his receivers have been doing today, making those plays on the fade pattern.
You see the drive for the UCLA Bruins, and I think when you look at that offense, it is now just starting to click after